Hello, check. Hello. Let's start in a minute. Troy, are you able to hear us? Able to hear us? Troy, you are on mute. Can you please unmute yourself? Stop collision.
हाँ अब करो. There was some mute thing on. No, that is mute. That's my mute.
तो अभी लैपटॉप पे आ रही है?
Yeah, अब आ रही है.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
So would you like to present from your screen or should I present from here?
Uh, let me just share then, huh? Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, it is coming in. This is the you can also put it as in a full screen mode.
Yes, I'm just doing that.
Okay. Yeah, it is looking good. So we'll start with your introduction. So I request Richa to start with the introduction.
Am I visible? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second session of the Industry Day of IIT Jodhpur 2023. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you back. And this is the session on dependable and responsible AI. As our esteemed speakers have in the morning itself emphasized the need for building responsible and dependable systems with ChatGPT, Dolly, Wally, all those tools that are coming in and kind of bringing in a lot of new things in our lives and learnings. So this is a very important session considering all of those perspectives. And today's session, we have Ms. Anna Roy as the keynote speaker, and then we have a panel of very esteemed speakers from industry and IIT Jodhpur itself. So I would like to first introduce Ms. Roy. She's a 1992 batch officer of the Indian Economic Services. She's a lecturer at Delhi. She was a lecturer at Delhi University and Terry before joining the Indian Engineering Services. In the government, she has worked in the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Civil Aviation, and currently Niti Aayog. She has held several positions like Deputy Director, Joint Director, Director in Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of France, for a period ranging from 1996 to 2012. At Niti Aayog, she is currently heading the Frontiers Technology, Data Management, and Analysis verticals. In this role, she has led teams which have brought out major reports like the National Strategy on Artificial Intelligence, Blockchain, India Strategy Approach Paper on Airavat, Responsible AI, Principles and Enforcement Mechanism, the Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture, etc. Ms. Roy also heads the Women Entrepreneurship Platform, which is a NITI flagship program that works towards developing the entrepreneurial ecosystem for women. So Ms. Roy, thank you so much for accepting our invitation to be a speaker at this event, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
First of all, my apologies because of some personal exigencies. I'm not able to be present amongst you. However, I would like to thank the organizers for allowing me to reach out to you through this virtual mode. So with that, I will start my presentation. Before I jump into the topic of my keynote address, I would like to, give a small anecdotal kind of event which happened when we were working on the national strategy on AI. It was based on a extensive stakeholder consultations with academia, industry, government bodies, and we just about reached out to everybody. At that time, it was all very new to me, and I was really approaching the technology from a policymaker's perspective, not as a scientist or a researcher. So as a policymaker, what I saw of AI, it was, a black box. Its explainability is not there. If there are liabilities, who do you assign it to? There are biases, there are privacy concerns. All these things were, kind of thrown at me in 2018 when we started this exercise. And I thought if I, refer to each of them in the strategy document, we will be mired with all kinds of naysayers, and we will not be able to move forward with the strategy document for promoting AI. And it was actually, Debjani Ghosh of NASSCOM. She said, you can't have a strategy without, talking about responsible AI. So my thanks to her. And we did refer to it, though that was one of the segments where we have not really delved deep in, but in subsequent years, we have come out with some, research papers on the subject. So with that, I will start my presentation on the public policy perspective of responsible AI. Just by way of introduction, Niti Aayog is a premier think tank of Government of India. Unlike it's the erstwhile Planning Commission, we are not into planning. And what one of our jobs is to do some vision thinking, research in those areas, sunrise areas where people are not really working today. So in that capacity, we had worked in AI since 2018. As we all know, the use of data and AI has accelerated over several years, and I have come across researchers who said, I did my PhD in AI in 1970 or 1970, whatever, so AI has been there for decades, but it is really the compute and digitization which has really brought it to the forefront. What India has really done in this space is to present the public digital platforms across various sectors, which has really become an enabler for development and adoption of AI. And AI also has been a prominent technology for deep tech startup ecosystem for the last decade. I will not go through the numbers, it's all there on the screen.
Ms. Roy,
Yes.
you're not able to see the slides. I think there was some problem because of which it got shared.
Is it moving now? It's generally a tech, network issue. Would you like to share the screen then?
Just
Yeah, I think you can screen. It's generally a network issue. That's why the slides don't move.
So,
So we'll share, Ms. Roy, and we'll share it on WebEx also. You can see the slides also.
Yes, yes.
are you able to see the screen?
Yes. Just put it on presentation mode. Yes. Yeah. So I was, I think, on the third or fourth slide. This one. So I head the data management analytics and frontier technologies vertical. And this vertical in the past has helped shape the AI policy for the country. We started with the strategy document in 2018. We had a paper on how to have a compute infrastructure which will really kind of, be very inclusive. Then, of course, the three seminal works on responsible AI, starting with the principles, then the enforcement mechanism, and the most latest offering is a use case, which is a facial recognition technology use case, which has just been finalized after completing the stakeholder consultation, and the draft document is already there. The final document will be put up shortly. Next, please. Yeah. We also undertake pilot projects to, no, yes. We also undertake pilot projects to see how this phenomenal technology will actually translate in changing the processes on the ground. So we are working with research institutes and also trying out these for validation, as well as understanding the governance challenges of these technologies. Next, please. When I talk about the strategy document, it besides highlighting the immense potential of the technology, it also identified that the social sectors, which are characterized by public goods, are really lagging in terms of investment. And these are the sectors like health, education, agriculture, urbanization, where the government of the day would really need to kind of, play a leading role, and in a very collaborative manner work with the industry so that you don't crowd out the industry. Also, we presented a scenario where India could really lead the space of using this technology for inclusive growth, and we termed it AI for all, and present itself as the garage of the world where you develop for India and you take it to the other countries. Next, please. So why is responsible AI should be an important thing for a policymaker? First, as I said, that there are various issues involved of access barriers, of privacy, of biases, explainability itself, and in a country as diverse in every aspect as India, the potential of the flip side of the technology is really that much bigger. Next, please. So when we spoke about the principles for responsible AI, we identified 7 principles. There are other organizations also in UN and other countries. So typically these are the ones which are generally acceptable. They are a little less than what UN agencies propose, but we thought in the context of India, these 7 could be the important principles on which we can work forward on the subject of responsible AI. We arrived at this by studying AI use cases in India as well as around the country, around the world, globally, identified various responsible AI considerations. And here we also referred to many reports which were already there in the ecosystem. Then based on that, we derived these principles. And these principles basically have a, as I said, global tinge to it and are generally acceptable. So the key considerations were really how to remove barriers for the adoption of responsible AI. While it is not mentioned here, I think before this, the first thing which we had identified is create awareness. Many a time, neither do we understand the technology well, the potential of the technology, or mix a couple of things and pass it off as AI. So awareness building is very important. Then removing the barriers for responsible AI adoption, because at times some things which can help in certain governance issues, people tend to overlook these considerations. So we were conscious of this, and also our focus was to protect against the risk which AI can have, especially as I said, the diversity in the country. So the literacy, digital literacy, at the one time we have booming financial sector as well as payment infrastructure, but digital literacy remains a concern. And also the access to various facilities, whether it is infrastructure, whether it is other aspects which can bring in discrimination. And of course, everybody talks about biases in AI tools. So that also needs to be kind of kept in view, given the diversity. So the approach to operationalize the principles would need to strike a balance between creating necessary guardrails, because this is a evolving technology. So we also, in addition to that, need to ensure that you do not scuttle out the innovation part of it. You allow R&D properly, you allow innovation to kind of boom. So basically, regulation and the innovation bias is something which we preach, which we kind of promote in our recommendations. Second, please.
It's there on the next slide, Dr. Ms. Roy.
Yes. So is this the next slide? I thought.
Yes.
Okay. So what are the key policy interventions at the that the government can have? So the scale and reach of the government would make it important that as a stakeholder, it enables the use of responsible AI, because given if it procures in a manner where responsible AI is central to the procurement of AI tools, then it sets the benchmark in the market. So that's why the role of the government becomes very important in promoting the entire concept of responsible AI, and also making it integral to the AI ecosystem. We have proposed 4 broad areas of government intervention. One could be regulatory intervention, and as I said, in a evolving area, the policymakers may be, incentivized to over-regulate, but then you will be kind of, not allow innovation to happen. So that balance needs to be maintained, and regulation in such a sector would typically, will come as a lag, and you need to kind of, find out how you address that aspect. Also, promote research in responsible AI. Now, in the budget, you all have heard about 3 COEs. From NITI, we will be pushing for at least one of the COEs to be in responsible AI. So if government funds responsible AI research, it will become a market maker in the R&D for responsible AI, because we feel that while the considerations for having responsible AI are very important, whether it is privacy, bias, discrimination, we can overcome all of them largely by, through innovation, through technology. So government could be the market maker for promoting investment in R&D of responsible AI. Also provide data access to enable responsible AI development. And of course, lastly, the procurement. Public procurement, if you do not streamline AI, government cannot be the biggest market maker. So focus on procurement where responsible AI systems become integral. Next, please. We also do not propose a cookie cutter kind of a system where everything is uniformly dealt with. I would refer to the Shri Krishna Committee on privacy, on data, the committee report, which referred to different kinds of data based on sensitivity. So we have also used the same principle, and in our recommendation, we say that the risks vary across use cases. So we have to be conscious of that. Also, risk would depend on the deployment context. Whether, you are using it face FRT for unlocking your phone or for surveillance, should attract, very different kind of systems. Like DT was the enabler for implementing the DigiYatra in airports, and their responsible AI was one of the integral things, which cornerstones where all the decisions were tested against it. Also leverage existing sector regulators, because when we talk about regulation, whether it is Web3, whether it is AI, whether it is any other emerging technology, we have found that our existing regulators and our regulatory regime address many of these concerns. So you don't really need a new regulation. By tweaking some of this, you can address many of these concerns. So these are the, when we talk about regulatory intervention, this is the approach that we propose. Next, please. On research in responsible AI, also, as I said, we are recommending that government leads by example and fund centers for study of responsible AI in collaboration, not only with Indian institutes, but also look globally. And we are already in talks with IIT Madras, who have announced their center, and hopefully one of the COEs we would be able to set up in the space of responsible AI. Next, please. Data is another area where we are working at, we are really invested in, and we are undertaking several projects. NDAP is our flagship initiative where we are trying to bring, address the last mile access of data for published government data. It is not the other transactional data that we talk about. We have also developed a framework for enabling, for establishing medical imaging biobanks, data biobanks, through public-private partnership. And for developing this framework, we have extensively consulted with the stakeholders, and IIT Jodhpur, Director IIT Jodhpur, as well as Professor Vats, both of them have been involved in this exercise. And of course, several other such platforms are being done by other ministries as well. Next, please. So after, ensuring that data access is not limited to a few individuals, democratizing access to data, the next thing is procurement of responsible AI innovations. I mentioned DigiYatra. There we, implemented as a pilot, but it kind of scaled up through a challenge method. And also, we need to look at mechanisms to address these concerns, not just limited to issuing clearances, but providing guidance, providing awareness of all concerns, not just developers, but also users, I feel. Next, please. As I said, globally, the NSAI also spoke about how India can occupy a space, at least in 2018. That is what we were saying, that India could be the leader in the AI for all, space. And since then, GPAI has been formed. India is a founding member in G20 also. There is data for development, and public digital infrastructure is something which India is pitching as its offering to the other G20 countries. So globally also we are making the, we have forayed into this space, and we need to now scale up. Next, please. So how can institutes like IIT Jodhpur contribute? First of all, as I said, awareness is very important. So education and awareness, not just about the developers, as I said, but the larger ecosystem, civil society, students, users of AI. And for that, we would need to have, bespoke bespoke models where we can reach out in a curated manner to the target audience. So that is very important, creating awareness. Then undertake research projects in the Indian context. And Niti Aayog provides a platform for bringing cross-disciplinary collaboration to one place. So Niti Aayog can also be approached for this purpose. The institutes can also help creation of open source data, tools, and technologies to support the wider ecosystem, and frameworks for enabling this can be discussed, and then participate in various forums to exchange views like we are doing today. So, bringing the debate to center stage on responsible AI, so that when I started in 2018 in my, ignorance, I thought this will kind of derail the entire goodie train. But today I firmly believe that this should be the centerpiece, and around this, the development, adoption, everything can be scaled up. Thank you very much. I cannot hear you.
Okay. It is. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I can.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I was saying thank you so much for the wonderful speech, and the floor is open to audience for questions.
Thank you for the insightful talk. Regarding DigiYatra and face recognition, do we have a study on data sets of Indian ethnicities? So face recognition has bias with ethnicity. So such aspects are considered before starting with stuff, initiatives like DigiYatra.
Did you hear the question, Ms. Roy?
Yes, I did. So, in Digiyatra, I agree with you about these biases, but it has been a validated model which has been rolled out in airports. And, it kind of, I cannot give you the exact data as of now about the specificity and other aspects, but it is validated and it was rolled out only after the experts and we had an expert group, by the way, before launching the Digiyatra project. We had an expert group and Professor Vats was a member of that expert group. So it is not as if experts, including legal experts, a legal member was also part of it. So I think I would request Professor Vats to kind of give you the comfort that the product that was rolled out was well tested. All I can say as the policymaker is that we laid down a proper process. At least we could be wrong, but to the best of my ability, I wanted the process to be open, transparent, predictable, and inclusive, with expertise from the right set of experts. And they vetted it, and after that, it was rolled out.
Thank you, Ms. Roy. Any other questions? Thank you for highlighting IIT Jodhpur's contribution in DigiYatra also. It was a learning experience indeed for all of us. Yeah, we have another question, Dr. Vidit.
This is Vidit. I am also a panelist that follows this amazing talk. I have a question related to the iterations of the policy formulation. Like, is there a cadence to it? Is there a system to it, given the ever-evolving nature of AI or very fast-paced development of AI? The policies specifically for the responsible nature aspect of it. So I'm curious about what the cadence and what the process for iteration over these policies would be.
So as of now, we don't have a formal cadence, so as to speak. As I mentioned, it is more a use case based approach that we are following. And, I don't know how many of you heard Madam Sitaraman, our Honorable Finance Minister delivered the budget speech yesterday. And she referred to a consultative process to be followed by regulators. So I think that shows how open government is to bring in regulations and policies which are which are responsive to the emerging ground conditions. So even in AI, responsible AI, as I mentioned, we do not subscribe to a cookie cutter, but we do not have a cadence also. What I can suggest is that it has to be a collaborative exercise. In the NSAI, we had proposed a apex level committee of experts. So it could be a body which recognizes, okay, this space needs a new regulation. This space needs, tweaking of the regulation or policies. So this would be my answer to your question. As of now, we don't have a cadence as such.
Thank you. Any maybe last question? If not, thank you very much, Ms. Roy, for taking out time out of your busy schedule. And we have a small token of appreciation for you, which we'll post to your address back in Delhi. So thank you very much. And we look forward to hosting you in IIT Jodhpur sometime soon.
Thank you. I look forward to be there too. Thank you very much.
If your schedule allows, we request you to stay back and participate in the panel session and listen to the other talk as well. Okay, she's logged out. Okay, so we can continue with the next session. So for the next talk is for you to present to you what IIT Jodhpur is doing in this theme of responsible and dependable AI. Professor Mayank Vats, I would like to invite on stage Professor Mayank Vats to share with you the updates from the institute on that head. To introduce Professor Vatsa, he is a faculty member at IIT Jodhpur, a faculty in the Department of CSE and School of AIDE. He's also the Dean R&D of IIT Jodhpur, and he's also heading the TIH on computer vision, AR and VR, that is iHub Drishti at IIT Jodhpur. He's a researcher in this, and like Mr. Roy mentioned, he has been participating in responsible AI initiatives of the country, along with the Digi Yatra program. So Professor Vats, over to you. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you. And it is my pleasure to present what at IIT Jodhpur, what kind of dependable and responsible AI research we all are working. So as some of you may have already, like at least the students who are in my dependable AI course, you have seen some of the slides, and I'm kind of reusing it to highlight one very important factor that we all are living in the AI world. We are still waiting for the AI winter, but still, but as we go along, we are making progress at a very rapid pace. In fact, as at an exponential basis, we move forward for. And if you see the last video, the video that is running over here is highlighting the progress. Like a person can sleep in the car while the car is autonomously running in the Bay Area. And you would actually find many such videos on YouTube, online media, where actually people are sleeping in their Tesla car for 2 hours of drive from one place to another place. And I think that it's very common over there these days, okay? And it's just not limited to, the success is not limited to only autonomous driving. It is actually object recognition, speech processing. This morning we heard the keynote speaker talking about ChatGPT and so on and so forth. This is all about making progress in the AI world. But as a researcher, at least when I was a student, I was told that their AI cannot do certain things. In fact, when I was at IIIT Delhi, Ms. Devjani Ghosh was the speaker for a convocation, and she very clearly mentioned that 3 things which AI cannot do. First was the dexterity, the precise hand and eye coordinate. Second one is creativity, and third one is empathy or morality. So is it really true? Today, when we talk about Boston Robotics robots, and here is a small video to highlight the very first thing that we cannot do, or we thought that AI cannot do, has already been done.
I couldn't dance. You didn't even want me around. Now I'm back to let you know I can really shake them down. Now,
And the last part, which is very important. So when we thought that coordination cannot happen, 3 robots can dance together. 3 people cannot dance together unless until you practice well, right? So now AI can do the first thing. AI can be the very creative tool. ChatGPT is the example. Those who are PhD students, you can get a paper out of it. In fact, people have submitted paper as ChatGPT as the co-author. And not only that, Cadbury has created a very nice advertisement which highlights that AI can be very, very creative. And here is that particular video.
अपने पास वाले फैशन एम्पोरियम से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग करनी और फिर एम्पायर फुटवेयर नाम तो सुना होगा अपना स्टाइलिश चश्मा बगल वाले हेवन आई ऑप्टिशियन से ही सिद्धि विनायक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स से लेटेस्ट स्मार्टफोन खरीद कर धमाकेदार सेल्फी पोस्ट करना
क्या कर रहे हो मीठा लाए कि नहीं
अपने पास वाले रोशन किराना आप भी अपना मीटर वहीं से लें
We used machine learning to recreate Shah Rukh Khan's face and voice to take the local ads.
इस दिवाली आप भी अपने पास वाली चॉइस ऑफ फैशन से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग करें पास वाले आजकल फैशन से ही रॉयल फैशन से ही एनके क्लॉथ्स से ही पास वाली लक्ष्मी कलेक्शन से ही.
And you guys know, right? Shah Rukh Khan will not actually do advertisement for the local shops. They cannot afford Shah Rukh Khan. But this is actually the students in deep learning or DI course, this is deep fakes, right? So Shah Rukh Khan is original. The content is something which now can be manipulated in a positive way. So it can be very, very creative, right? So creativity, the second part is still gone. We are still waiting for the third part. We don't know yet. Like Microsoft had a chatbot called Tay. It was killing humans within 12 hours of learning, and then they had to shut down, right? Since Vidit is here, I'll not take the example of LinkedIn. And it's just not that. Actually, it's both, like Google and LinkedIn, I cannot take the examples. But it's just that the boundaries between the reality and what is not real is becoming so blurred that the creativity actually is going to a completely different level. And the power of AI can be used or misused in different contexts. For instance, look at this particular video.
What you see is not real. Well, at least in contemporary terms, it is not. What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being? Would you believe me? What is your perception of reality? Is it the ability to capture, process, and make sense of the information our senses receive? If you can see, hear, taste, or smell something, does that make it real?
So what this video highlights, this is a completely synthetic video. No Morgan Freeman, no audio of Morgan Freeman being used. It was completely generated. And these kinds of tools are now available. In fact, yesterday some guests were here and we created the deepfakes of those guests within actually a few minutes. And they were like, okay, if this can be done in such a quick fashion, then there is a major problem. And while this can be a creative tool, being misused is a major problem. And that's what this particular lead towards blurring the boundary between what is real, what is unreal, leads towards misadventures of artificial intelligence. And this actually poses questions about the dependability of AI systems. So before we understand what do we mean by dependable AI, we need to first understand what do we mean by dependable and responsible person. So when we say that a person or my friend is dependable or reliable, we look for certain qualities, right? So a person cannot become dependable and reliable in one go, right? So you first look at the qualities and the features of a person. Look at whether the person is wise, fair, creative, the person has to be confident, honest, right? So you look at different features, and based on those features, then you can actually associate that the person is indeed, you can depend on it, the person keeps secret, is not a privacy leaking person, and so on and so forth, right? So these features we need to transform or translate into, when we are building an AI system, we need to translate all these features. However, as an AI researcher, when we design an AI algorithm or AI system, we look at what is my input, what is my output. And output is typically dependent on what is my classification performance, or whether the class labels are being matched or not matched, right? And then end of the day, we actually try to minimize the empirical risk. This is a classical, like the students sitting over here who have done PRML or DI course. This is a classical machine learning formulation, right? Where is that term for being dependable, being responsible? So we do not have terms in our loss function or in our optimization function so that the systems being made are more responsible or dependable. And that's why this is what we proposed a couple of years ago, the pyramid of dependable or trusted or responsible AI, which should encompass components like explainability, fairness, robustness, security, privacy friendly, decency, lineage, and so on and so forth. At IIT Jodhpur, the research group or faculty members across different institutions, different departments and schools have been working in different kind of project themes. For instance, deepfake and attack detection, bias mitigation, privacy preserving AI, the community policing, explainability and efficiency, and so on and so forth. One of the projects, actually a couple of the projects which are around manipulated information, as I said, like deepfake detection, attack detection, even how the manipulated media is being translated and transferred into the community, jointly done by multiple faculty members from different departments. This is a big initiative that is being right now undergoing. Building robust or adversarially robust AI. In fact, for the last 4 weeks, I've been actually teaching this particular topic in the Dependable AI course. And I'm probably, many students are already doing their assignments on this particular topic, where how to make the systems robust against adversarial attacks. Multiple groups are working on bias and fairness in the AI system. For instance, a very recent paper published in IEEE Transactions on Technology and Society highlights that in-group bias in face recognition is a major factor. Similarly, a new faculty member who has just joined like a couple of months ago at IIT Jodhpur, he has been also trying to work and view bias mitigation as a multitask approach. Faculty colleagues are working in dependable vision and language intersection. For instance, talking about common sense and factual reasoning when we are doing image search, or vision augmented table to text generation using the modern day transformers. Faculty members are also working on small sample size learning. So the learning mechanisms for which we do not have a lot of training samples. How do we train machine learning algorithms when you have a data set belonging to rare diseases, or when you have data sets for which you do not have any training sample, particularly like zero-shot learning, few-shot learning, and that kind of small sample size learning techniques have been undertaken by the faculty colleagues and students over here. Faculty colleagues are also working in the domain of federated learning, privacy-preserving learning, where you have multiple devices connected over a broad network, in which you preserve your data on your system. You do not share the data, but you share only the learnings with each other via a centralized mechanism or centralized server. And faculty colleagues are developing this kind of federated ad hoc networks so that the learning can be more privacy preserving and accurate. Faculty colleagues are also working in explainability in AI, like the AI decisions that we make, how to ensure that when you make such a decision, whether it is explainable or whether it is correct or not, and why it is correct. So for instance, if you look at the first diagram, this is coming from a research paper where the multiple faculty colleagues and even outside IIT Jodhpur colleagues also collaborated. to figure out when we design COVID X-ray analysis tool, then how to ensure that the systems are taking decision based on the actual disease rather than there is a pacemaker and just because there is a pacemaker, it's COVID. That was actually a paper published in Nature which highlighted that most of the COVID X-ray analysis paper, which suddenly came out of based on some data points available on the web, everyone started actually saying that, yes, this is a deep learning architecture, this can do COVID analysis. And then what happened was that most of the data that was available had coming from actually old age people from Italy and those who had pacemaker. So the deep learning models learned pacemaker as a feature for COVID rather than actual COVID features. So that was actually a big disaster, right? So then the group over here designed an explainable explainable deep learning model for doing that particular task. And then here are some of the examples associated to like learning the useful features and explain that the decisions being made are indeed correct. This is just actually the tip of the iceberg. Several faculty members working in different domains, different departments, different IDRPs, and who have been publishing in top venues. And application areas are ranging from security surveillance, healthcare, AR/VR, dependable AGI, and an image and video analysis. Several funding agencies, including government as well as industry, they all have been supporting the research endeavor of students and faculty members. And as I said, like we already have a core compulsory course for AI students, which is called as Dependable AI. We have a course which Professor Chaudhary is teaching called as Ethics, Policy, Law, and Regulations in AI. And we have been also conducting winter schools and many more around this kind of domain. And as I said, like as the whole theme over here is to build more collaborations. We are open for collaborations with industry and organizations worldwide. Faculty members are open for students coming and working with them in some of these research problems. And towards the end, I would like to run an audio to highlight the AI system can be creative and can be misused. Just imagine after running the audio, you just imagine what are the misuses of this kind of approach.
इतनी अच्छी ऑडियंस देखकर मैं तो इतना ही कह सकता हूँ कि
Amrish Puri is no more. This audio was created a couple of weeks ago. So now you can actually put any words in anyone's mouth. So it's a very important area of research in which I would urge the students, colleagues, friends to help and contribute. Thank you very much.
So training AI is very energy intense. So is sustainability also a part of responsible AI? And is that being looked at?
Actually, a very good question. So when we talk about responsible AI, one of the important features is that how to scale the whole ecosystem. And sustainability is one of the factors when we are going to actually scale it up. If it is in a lab condition, then it is one thing. But when Ms. Anna Roy actually talked about responsible AI, that particular document when we prepared it, one of the factors over there, we highlighted that how to ensure that the system actually scales up at a nation level. And scaling up also includes how to actually scale up the hardware ecosystem. How do we scale the whole mechanism? So yes, so sustainability is actually inbuilt in being responsible. It is not being dependable. That's why the track actually over here, when we were discussing with Professor Chaudhary about the name of this track, if you only call it as a dependable AI, then sustainability will probably may not actually come directly. But being responsible is when actually you bring in other factors, other even societal factors also. And that's how actually the whole theme was designed to ensure that we cover end to end.
To answer the second part of the question, we faculty members are working on scalable hardware solutions. So we have some of the colleagues are there, and if you would like to interact, we can set up a discussion with them as well. Thank you. The questions? If not, then we move on to the next next event of this session, which is our panel session. Let me take this opportunity to invite our esteemed panelists on the stage. We'll start with Dr. Lipika Dey. Dr. Lipika Dey is Chief Scientist and TCS Research. She's currently handling research in the theme of economic and financial intelligence. Her areas of interest are natural language processing, artificial intelligence applications, machine learning, and analytics of multi-structured data. She has been awarded the Fellowship of International Academy of Engineering in 2021 and the Distinguished Scientist Award by TCS in 2012. She is also a visiting faculty with us at IIT Jodhpur. So thank you, Dr. Dey, for accepting the invite. Please take the stage. Our next next panelist today is Dr. Shaurya Roy. Dr. Roy is a Senior Research Director at Flipkart. He's a seasoned technology leader with specialization in data and industry recognized expert in data sciences, natural language processing, and machine learning. Over the past 2 decades, he has led data science, data product, and data analytics team with IBM, Xerox, American Express, and Flipkart. A thought leader and author of about 100 peer-reviewed papers in premium journals and conferences, and over 30 granted patents. Thank you, Dr. Roy. Please welcome to the stage. Next is Dr. Gaurav Agrawal. Dr. Gaurav Agrawal is a researcher with Google Research India. He has over 15 years of experience in building computer vision and machine learning solutions, both in academic and industrial settings. Prior to this, he worked in the capacity of head of data science at Ola. He also co-founded a technology startup called Fasciate, which was acquired by Snapdeal. He also worked at Yahoo Labs and was also an assistant professor at University of Notre Dame. A very wide experience and a very good friend. Thank you, Dr. Agrawal, for accepting the invite. Next is Dr. Vidit Jain. Dr. Vidit Jain is currently the head of AI at LinkedIn India, and he's also the global head of content quality at AI at LinkedIn. He's not at LinkedIn, by the way. In this role, he's also responsible for keeping LinkedIn platform free of all bad content and boosting good professional content. Prior to that, he was a co-founder at a health tech startup and the analytics leads at Netrodyne, building high-definition maps, human face analysis, and fast object detection. Thank you, Dr. Vidit. Thank you for accepting our invite. Please come to the stage. And last but not the least, our last panelist is Professor Shantanu Chaudhary. He doesn't need an introduction from me. He's the director of IIT Jodhpur. And one of the countries and internationally leading experts in AI. He's a driving force behind all of this, behind having this session today. And Vidit said in the morning that he's always amazed by his energy. So 7 days a week, he works till 9 o'clock and still has time to do research. So thank you, Dr. Chaudhary, for accepting the invite. And the moderator for today's panel is Professor Vatsa. So Professor Vatsa, over to you. Thank you.
So first of all, I would like to request, I'll request Chaudhary to welcome our panelist with bouquet. Yeah. Okay. The format of the panel is going to be, I'll pose few questions. first, and then I'll request the panelists to share their thoughts in and around, or even in a free-flowing way, and with their own experience around this particular theme, dependable and responsible AI. And then the floor will be open for questions by the audience. So I have listed down about a few questions, actually 5 of those. The first question that I have listed is, are the possible harms and benefits of AI the same? The second question is, can AI be a force of empowering society and reducing inequalities, or it will lead to a dystopian future? Third question is, what happens if AI replaces humans in the workplace? How to control a system that is smarter than us? Fourth one is, who's responsible for AI's mistake? This is a very common question we keep on hearing. And the last is, why is trustworthy AI important for your industry or field? So we'll start with Dr. Lipika Day.
Yeah. A bit. Is this on?
Huh?
Um, is this on? Okay. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Dr. Day, I think there's some problem happening.
We are not sharing.
Even kids, the layer is controlled by them.
So it's indeed a pleasure to share some of the work that goes on at TCS Research Lab and what's the focus. You have all heard about, what possibly AI can do, both in positive way as well as a negative impacts of it. Now, where I will come from, and possibly I'll be answering some of the questions in the reverse order, that is starting from 5, 4, 3. So what, first of all, let us see, as TCS has different kinds of projects with a range of clients where we are responsible for delivering all kinds of solutions, which of course today uses AI-based solutions a lot. Notwithstanding the fact whether there will be, people will lose their jobs or not, AI is here to stay. So therefore, we have to really look at how to make AI work in all kinds of situations and how to actually also skill our people in order to move towards building those solutions. Being these solutions, which are always applicable in different kind of situations, be it in those automated cars or banking systems or retail systems, wherever, the core thrust is on trustworthy AI. And what do we mean by trustworthy? Which would be delivering reliable, compliant. This is one of the key points which Ms. Roy had also mentioned, and we'll look a little bit at that. trustworthy AI systems, where trustworthy would mean all those aspects of safety, transparency, neutrality or inclusiveness, privacy preserving, and green, which just now Pradeep was asking. So all these, from the point of view of our organization, has to be an aspect of the software that are built and actually shared for use by the end users. So what are the challenges? Challenges are really non-availability of comprehensive evaluation frameworks today for responsible AI. So indeed, that's a research area, as we have been hearing. But right now, whatever we can do, we have to do in order to ensure that whichever AI solutions are going into the field have to have these components in some way built into it, or have humans in the loop in order to ensure that it's not harmful or destructive or wrong in a big way. And therefore, we have frameworks in place as well as research to ensure that these things are taken care of. I'm not sure whether you will be able to read it, but what is the primary focus that we come from, why we need a framework, is that it can be well realized that what are the core concerns for manufacturing industry, maybe from trustworthy AI, may be very different from the core concerns of the telecom industry or the banking industry or the healthcare industry and so on. So first of all, building these policies, principles, requirements of different sectors and what kind of aspects are needed to be looked into for the different sectors forms the outer core of what we are working on. Going down, if we dig deeper, then each of these systems have either have obviously certain machine learning models sitting inside them. They could be forecasting models. There could be bots which are deployed. And within the models also, we have variations like sequence to sequence, which are generating text, or which could be generating images or summarizing text and so on. So there are different kinds of AI systems that we are talking about. And each one of them will have their own requirements to be compliant and trustworthy, which will start from the model building itself. So our emphasis is on building tools to ensure that these are well evaluated for all the parameters that we have been talking about, and specifically the parameters that are more needed for a particular industry and for a particular task also. Prediction task is not the same as generation task. Development of the methods, of course, and as we are mentioning that right now we do not even have a checklist of what all to check before it goes. So making those checklists and ensuring that there are methodologies to ensure that these are compliant on all the aspects is some of the is kind of main focus of the labs. And we are also involved in various standards committees in order to ensure that the standards are out, as we have been discussing, Ms. Roy was also saying. So this is a very small glimpse of some of the research projects, which, I just thought I'll take up, considering IIT Jodhpur also has overlap in some of these areas. And also try to see how it's very important. So first thing is data and system compliance, a very important factor for companies like us who are building software, whether it's to be used in Europe or US or Japan or India. The standards for data compliance are very different. Say, for example, if we take the issue of GDPR, it has very strict data compliance issues, and we cannot just go and deploy an AI model which is not compliant with, say, Article 17 of GDPR, which says that everyone has a right to forget. Now, if you have built an AI model which has used past data of a person and it cannot forget, in fact, the second box is just an example. ChatGPT was asked, can you forget? And it said that no, neural networks can learn incrementally, but it cannot forget what it had learned. So therefore, it will take quite some time, despite all the buzz that is created by ChatGPT, before we can just go and deploy it into a system and make a chatbot out of it. Very smart chatbot. The second set of projects are around green score of all kinds. We do it for all kinds of projects. So earlier the emphasis was on all IT projects. How can you, because as companies are becoming more and more digital, there's a lot of software which are guzzling actually energy, and AI models are particularly known for it. So just like we had green scoring systems for other systems, we are now building it for scoring the AI models themselves. A lot to go inside the code and check how much of energy it is consuming and how it can be reduced. So one is at code level and the other is at model level. So that's one set of activity. The third one is, as we have been hearing, it's on explainability. These are all very research-oriented projects. How can you include explainability, not just for the machine learning scientist, but for the end users, whether it's a predictive system for medical prediction of medical conditions, hospital logistics management. I myself work a lot on predicting ICU length of stay and procedures, etc. So all those are good, but without an explanation of why we are giving this result, it's not acceptable, whether it's for a healthcare industry or for financial industry. These are a must. The third set of things are what I was mentioning, that actually on building newer models and particularly robust models, which would not just get going astray by a pacemaker or whatever, by all kinds of wrong data. So that's the third, that's the fourth bucket. A lot of work is going on in that particular area. Also, open set recognition, where we know in real world classification systems which can recognize only in K categories get completely or when you give the K+1th class or K+2th class. So how do you build models which can handle them, which can actually predict with confidence that this is a new system, a new element which I don't know, rather than just putting a wrong prediction. Model compression is one of the focus again, because we can have, or we do need to have smaller models rather than all these heavy models. And it's again very important that all these very large models have been built on open set data. Enterprises do not really have annotated data of such scale to build the models. So we do need to work on smaller models for AI. So these are some of the research projects. And finally, I would just like to say how we engage with various academic institutions. We already have MOUs with various IITs and also IIT Jodhpur. We engage research advisors, faculty, and I do see a lot of overlap in research interests. We encourage joint engagement of students along with faculty, and I think what we heard in the morning, long-term BTech, MTech projects with maybe 6 to 12 months in industry, you are very welcome to work with IIT Jodhpur faculty and TCS. We are always open to exploring more on collaborative projects and, of course, student internships. So with that, I would like to end my talk.
Thank you, Dr. Day. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to next invite Dr. Gaurav.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mayank. Thank you, Risha, for inviting me. So first of all, I see a lot of sleepy faces here. It's probably not the best time after Rajasthani lunch, and I hear like me, many of you were forced to be here. Richa is a friend, so when I didn't respond to her email, she messaged my wife, why is Gaurav not responding? So I see many of you are in her course and you are instructed to be here. So that's okay, but it's still an important topic. So please ask questions, please engage with us, because we have a point of view. It's not like it is a done deal or we know more than many of you. So I think Mayank and Lipika has already sort of described what these things mean, right? So first of all, I want to say while how many times did I hear ChatGPT today in the morning session now? Life is beyond ChatGPT. ChatGPT didn't exist before 30th November. So especially in India, I think these terms have much deeper meaning where we come from. It's not just bias and inclusivity and trustworthiness on the internet world, but beyond that actually. And I hope we all understand that. That's one. Second is I feel. See, deep learning happened around 2012, right? I don't know if many of you realize it because it has been 10 years since, since ML has been revolutionized forever. And I guess, how many of you know, actually, I'm also visiting faculty in a couple of institutes, so I'll just wake you up. So how many of you, what is the underlying, let's say, ChatGPT again, right? Because that's the talk of the town. What was the most underlying paper that led to ChatGPT? Does any of you know? Came in 2017, by the way, not last year or this year. It's a very popular name, yes. Yeah, so that came, and Ashish is a good friend. The first author of that paper is a very good friend of mine. So so it takes time. So and today we are talking about ChatGPT. It will change. Before we realize, we will not talk about it literally in 2 years from now. There will be something else, something very, very different. So let's. I hope we don't over-index on these terms just based on. It's like a recency bias. We are biased because what we see, and all our ideas, all our technology is biased on that. These terms will stay beyond the sort of the fashionable term we have learned in recent times, right? So why do you think, again, I'll take it in a lecture mode so that few of us at least wake up. Why do you think responsible AI or trustworthy AI, inclusive AI, dependable AI? We have been talking about it for a long time. These are not new terms. Like when Mayank, Richa, I, Vidit were PhD students, we were still talking about them. There was no deep learning back then. Models used to be very small. There are no hardly any neural networks that we used to use. So why do you think we have not made as much progress? Our systems are, if anything, less responsible, less all of those. Anyone? Do you know why deep learning happened? Yeah, with it. It's a risky thing. With it used to be my.
Yeah, because we were not as smart as you all are. So now we have hope.
That's a good answer. Anything else? Not a valid answer. The good answer. Anyone? Do you think what happened around 2010, 12? What happened? Again, someone else here. You are already awake. Yes. We have to be inclusive, right? I mean, that's part of that. Someone? What happened around 2010, 11, 12 that suddenly AlexNet came and then there was a deluge of deep learning papers? Sorry? Yeah, so ImageNet happened, right? I mean, many of you who probably have taken classes with Rich and Meng, you know that. ImageNet happened. It was really well crafted data set which was very, very hard. And none of the algorithms we had access to or we were developing could scale to that complexity. And obviously compute was also available. So all those things happened and we started making progress towards this new age of AI, if you want to call it. Similarly, ChatGPT is like a sort of outcome of this 5-6 years of effort on attention models, right? Transformer models, as they're more popularly called. So it takes time. But I think that responsible AI or trustworthy AI, all these stuff, I think we didn't have that ImageNet moment. I don't think we have or we even understand somehow, how do we even create that data set actually? We know when something is not responsive, we know when something is not dependable, we know something is not inclusive, but given the diversity of dimensions of all these factors, which we can perceive, but it's very hard to prescribe combinatorially. And I think that's what has not happened. That's one. Second is, even as a researcher, right, I think our research community thinks of this as an afterthought. I mean, it's like saying, it's funny, right? These days, if you buy an air ticket, you pay for it. And then when you are checking, you pay for seat. But what did I pay for? Right, so it's funny. Similarly, AI systems, they should be dependable, they should be robust, they should be trustworthy. I mean, that should not come as an afterthought. I mean, it's not a good system. Who will use it if all these things are not there? So I think as a research community, we should not think of them as afterthoughts. Okay, I have a good system, it works well, but then I don't add. It works well for males of a certain race, of a certain age group, and so on, right? What's the point of that system? I mean, no one is going to use it. So that's another. And I think as far as I think collaboration goes, right? I think different entities, whether it is industry, industrial labs, universities, they have slightly different sort of loss functions to optimize for. So we are talking about AI, so we can use these technical terms. So I think all of them coming together actually can make it happen, because if a company is doing it, they will obviously want to optimize for their profits. I mean, they will care less about anything else. But as a university researcher, you probably are a little more eager to do things right. As a student, you probably have bigger dreams and you want to revolutionize the way AI is done. So that's another. Last but not the least point is it's a follow-up on the afterthought idea, right? See, earlier all the AI systems used to be monocentric in the sense they will do one thing very well. But if you see the trend in past few years, including your favorite ChatGPT, it doesn't know the task. It was not trained for the task. You can ask it anything. It was not trained for that question at all. But it does well. So today the models are becoming more and more multitasking, if you want to call it. And I think Mayank mentioned that in his slides, that faculty here is sort of looking at it as a multitasking framework. And I think there is a merit in it, because the kind of models we have come up with today, if one of the tasks or many of the tasks deal with these dimensions that we really care about, I think it is possible. Again, it should be part of the modeling exercise, not as an afterthought, is again my last point again. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav. Okay. So I request Shaurya to share his thoughts.
Okay. Firstly, thanks, Richa and Mayank, for inviting me here. And really thank you all the IIT Jodhpur faculty member and the student for the warm hospitality. It has been amazing the half day I'm in here. Okay. So firstly, let me start with by saying that something obvious, that responsible and dependable AI is absolutely in need of the hour, and to the extent that these are table stakes. These are absolutely needed. We cannot exist, AI systems cannot exist without them. Now, this is obvious. But why it is so obvious? Let's think the contrary part of it, the opposite of it. If an AI system is not responsible, what is it? It is irresponsible. It is not dependable. It is unreliable. Would you like to use something which is not responsible, unreliable? Forget AI. Would you like to use any technology which is not reliable? Your car breaks down in a random distribution. Worse, it breaks down when a woman driver drives more than a man. Or it breaks down even more when a person who doesn't wear a sacred thread, it breaks down even more. You see my point? A technology, and so is AI, can make mistake. A car can break down. But you cannot make mistakes in a particular way which is not fair to a particular segment of the population or a population of the users. An AI system cannot be giving less opportunity to a woman job seeker than a man job seeker, everything else standing equal. Or a person who is coming from an affluent or a higher society, higher strata of the society, shouldn't be getting a better opportunity in terms of financially or economically than someone from the lower society, right? So what is my point here, right? The point is that this is absolutely needs to be baked in, and kind of borrowing from what Gaurav was saying, right? This cannot be afterthought, right? This needs to be as a part of the thought process, as a part of the building the technology. This needs to be baked in and included. Mayank was mentioning that the loss function does not include anything related to the responsibility or the dependability, right, of our supervised learning optimization loss function. Similarly, if I go take the industry analog, right? When we develop an AI or machine learning product, right? We have certain things called, like you might have heard, right? I mean, it is there on all the trees in Bangalore, MLOps, right? The training in MLOps. What is it? It is a evolution or a hodgepodge of DevOps in the software development lifecycle and machine learning on top of it, right? How do you do machine learning product development? It has certain stages like software development lifecycle. It's not as standard, but it's kind of stages and goes through the cycle. There is some iteration, there is nothing like a responsibility, ethic, fairness, any of those things baked in. These are still coming as an afterthought. And if till the time this continue coming as afterthought, we will not be building responsible AI at first place. And it will always be kind of a post facto fix, right? And I'm not saying that not at all it is happening. Yes, of course, industry and the companies and the big organizations are doing things around that, but a lot more is needed. And just to kind of ending my first point, going back to the car example. So today we don't make cars which break down so often or break down in a discriminating manner. Why is this a problem in AI? And this is my opinion is that because AI development is happening at a much, much faster rate than probably automobile development happened. In 15 years, today things that we see, the computer producing text, computer recognizing images, computer putting captions to images, to the accuracy and to the comprehensiveness. Of course, you can always find flaws in those, but the comprehensiveness that it developed 15 years ago, we could not think about it. We could not think that will be possible. Forget about doing it, right? So the pace at which we are developing the AI vehicles, we are also laying the road, we are also putting the guardrails of the policies and the frameworks and everything. That's why it is a bit challenging. That's why it is super exciting to be in this space. That is why it is absolutely relevant. And I believe that it is going to be increasingly relevant as things evolve. So that's my first point. The second point, I again kind of coming to the Indian context, I just wanted to put in one layer on it. The significant, I mean, again, I'm not an expert in this topic, but the amount of research that I have seen in this domain is heavily indexed on the Western definition of fairness or bias and so on. But the dimensions of bias, dimensions of unfairness in the Indian context are different. There are certain things common. Gender is common, but in our case, the more than ethnicity, I believe socioeconomic status is more important. I believe geographical access is more important. I believe the stature of the institute a person graduates from is more important as dimension of bias. And that is where when we develop technologies for anything that has an Indian application, we need to consider, we need to re-pivot or reorient ourselves with the right dimensions to be considered. And just giving you a couple of examples, right? Linguistic diversity is probably the highest in one country, in India, among the world, right? So whenever we are developing AI technologies, AI products for anything in India, right? Linguistic diversity should be the first and foremost thing, right? I mean, and again, as an example, right? I mean, today Flipkart's app is available about a dozen languages in India, right? But of course, we started off with English, and English is where we have most of our machine learning, NLP research that is powering a lot of our content, lot of our data in there. But we have used AI in the Indian languages, vernacular languages, to make it accessible, the reviews, the product descriptions, and everything through automated translation for the rest of the things. And of course, it is non-trivial in many occasions. I can get into the offline discussions in that. Why is this a challenging problem? But to consider that as a dimension is what is important. Similarly, geographical access, right? Again, borrowing the Flipkart example, right? Today, Flipkart delivers in almost every pin code of India. With a country like India, which so diverse, with vast expanse, as well as the non-uniformity of access, right? It's no mean deal. It's no small deal. But to do that, we had to develop a lot of technology, and a lot of AI-enabled tools are there for our supply chain, for our forecasting, for our planning operations and everything that has been able to make ourselves enable to be able to kind of serve the whole entire country. So in nutshell, the second point that I'm trying to make here is that when considering these aspects of fairness and dependable and responsible AI, please do consider the local and the custom context as well, because they are the primary driver in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaurya. Thank you very much. The next panelist, Dr. Vidit, you are up.
To give it a more casual way of discussion. So actually I do, I mean, most of the interesting and relevant topics are already covered. So I'll just try to entertain you for a bit. On the slightly, yeah, I have friends here who are not really my friends here. I realize they're asking me to dance over here, but I can assure you, I cannot dance like half of that robot that Mayank showed earlier. Actually, that is a segue into some of the questions that Mayank put in front of us to discuss. But one thing before I get into the specific questions, I do want to kind of also take a step back from all the discussion, because whenever like I am part of some conversation or when I hear about responsible AI, it actually comes out in a little bit of a negative connotation that we are not doing enough. That is probably what most of us have heard even today also. But one thing I do want, at least I question myself and I want all of you to also think about, the responsible AI, while responsible is an adjective here, think of just turning it around. Think of AI as just a technology. And is it being responsible to the society? That is another or dimension to it. And compare it to any other technology you have in mind. Like I think Shaurya gave a great example of automobiles. That's a automotive industry. It has touched pretty much every person on this planet. In how many decades? And think of how much AI has touched or benefited every single person on the planet. I still would not, there are caveats on every single, on both automotive, telecom, any other technology. So just like take it with a grain of or a bag of salt here. But think about that. And once we realize that even while we are being a little bit, perhaps we are being a little bit overcritical to AI, it has actually done a lot of, like, played a responsible part to the society. And let's go back to what Mayank presented earlier and raised one open question: empathy. If I were sitting in there, I would also be thinking as a student that, yeah, that looks like an opportunity to me. I could be the next person, or I can prove Mayank wrong by building an AI solution that talks about empathy. And ChatGPT, I mean, think of it as a tool. And I'm just going to over-index on ChatGPT just to counter Gaurav here, that you can use it to be, let's say, think of empathy can come in different form. So let's talk about very simple. Actually, like here, I should also insert a little bit of my workplace about what I do at LinkedIn. But let's think about it. Like I do content moderation. Like I had the content quality team at LinkedIn. What that means is there are people posting bad content on internet. And LinkedIn is one of the platform, Google is another, and Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and whatever like the cool people are using right these days. So that can have a lot of negative impact. Now AI, how can you build empathy tools? One is you can like prevent bad content. The second is people do get affected by this. All of us have felt bad looking at some content, and it need not be really like a bad content, but it could be offensive, and that's where fairness and other. So it's not only just AI being unfair, the world is unfair too. Like people on the internet, users on the internet are also unfair, and they are also not responsible. Most of us may also be irresponsible in certain dimensions of what we do every day. But I mean, AI does play a role, and maybe we can build even better tools than what we have right now and prove Mayank wrong. That would be my takeaway. That prove Mayank wrong in the last slide. Okay, with that, maybe Mayank, now it's your rebuttal time.
I'll rebut later on, but thanks Vidit in fact, I'll be happy if actually tomorrow an AI system actually shows empathy. I'll be actually very happy, and therefore, but at least in my honest opinion, we are still not there yet.
That's the open opportunity for everyone in this room.
Exactly.
Build the empathetic AI system, and that is a responsible AI.
Thank you, Vidit. Thank you very much. Now I request Professor Chaudhary to share his views and thoughts.
Okay, it's now coming back to, again, the academia. Okay, so it went from academia to industry and back to an academia. And as an academic person, the questions which has been posed, even what Vidit has indicated, that's actually, for me, is a very exciting open space. Today, when we design AI systems, we really put in place a single objective. Objective is in terms of accuracy. But obviously, when we are talking about this responsible AI, it's very clear to us that that objective does not satisfy my need. And that's an open space to think about new AI. In fact, it has been always, if you see, we talked about automobile as an example, but where the automobile, maybe it's a longer history, but where the new versions have come is on the basis of the customer's demand, customer's requirement. And it's very clear today, the customers of AI demand that AI has to be responsible. And therefore, the problem is there. In fact, for all of you, the next problem to solve is how to make actually or formulate the problem the way that you get a responsible AI. In fact, you pick up an optimization problem, because finally training is an optimization problem. If I look at purely from a supervised learning perspective and see that, can I bring in, say, when we talk about training, we do not, most of the cases do not talk about changing the architecture. Given an architecture, we try to optimize in terms of parameters, in terms of the performance. Now, if you bring in a parameter as an architecture itself, such that the energy consumption would be minimized, that could be a methodology for designing green AI. Because AI today is, I think, is one of the worst enemy for sustainability. And because of the popularity, everybody using it, and the amount of energy it consumes, it requires in terms of even compute engines being developed, it's actually is not helping the sustainability cause in any way. And on the other side of it, if you look at a human being and human brain, over evolution, human brain is absolutely optimized in terms of energy consumption. So therefore, the evolutionary optimization problem was more responsible. Okay, and we as a technologies, when we have attacked it, since we have followed one perspective only, we have not really made it optimized in terms of energy requirement. And energy requirement is so very fundamental in terms of the natural growth in the natural world. And this is something I think I would request all the students to look at. And why should we go back to possibly human brain to make maybe just this one aspect of making AI responsible? Then look at from, I would like to address some other points which are slightly controversial. Okay, it's not technology wise, but since technology and society and a policy are in various ways integrated and linked, and we today started discussions on the basis of policy, I think this is also important. Do we need a regulator for AI? Do we need regulations for AI? Because the whole point is the moment you bring in regulation, you can make also AI irresponsible. We have seen that. We have seen that technology can be used in both ways. A very simple example is your nuclear technology. You have seen that it can be used for positive purposes, it can be used for negative purposes. And it's a technology which has been manipulated and used by the human brain only. And AI has a potential to be used. It's very clear today. There are so many examples. You can use it in a negative way. You can use it also in a positive way. No regulation can make sure that you can only use it in a positive way. So here the whole question comes is of conscientious technology. And in fact, the conscientious AI engineers have to be inherently conscientious so that when you look at usage of a technology, you should ask the question, what for it is being used, and when you are designing it, what for you are designing it. And that's I'm talking about pure from an academician. If you look at from an academic perspective, these issues, these values are something which is very, very critical in terms of approaching science. And science for whom, that's also again another question which comes in. And AI is a technology which can be manipulated in various ways. That's the most dangerous part. Today, I cannot manipulate automobiles to kill human beings, then it becomes a weapon. But AI can be an invisible weapon. And that's the most dangerous part that we all should be very careful with. So, what does it imply? Imply is that if you look at, we have talked about variety of software testing methodologies. Now, I have not seen really a very well defined, I think you can actually much closer to research today than me because of other reasons. Is there a test to tell me that an AI product is responsible to a certain degree? No. Therefore, the testing of an AI product is something is in terms of your responsibility scale is an open issue. How do you test? How do you define a test? You can test whether it is correctly recognizing or not. Even with small data, big data, self-supervised, unsupervised, it's working for the problem or not. But is it working responsibly? How to design a test for a system that is working responsibly. If we bring that in the design spec itself, then only possibly you can define the testing process for it. And there are two things. In any technology, there are developers of technology and there are consumers of technology. And there has to be a right for developer. Therefore, the developer may or may not be responsible. But on the other side, consumer has to have a test to make sure that what he's adopting and using is really responsible and it not harm him. And today, if you see, there are many products we use which are approved by the regulatory authority are not healthy. So therefore, AI also has that risk and challenge. And the other part of it is the regulatory method itself can actually use AI for various purposes. We have already seen AI being used for political purposes. Okay? So regulatory mechanism is a controversial issue. And whether there should be a regulatory mechanism for a technology or not, and how it would be regulated, it's a political question rather than a technical question. And what is fundamentally important is to have responsible AI. As a conscientious AI engineers, how are we developing design methodology to make it responsible? Any product has to be at the end of the day responsible, which actually Gaurav has very clearly pointed out that if it is not responsible, even it has been pointed out later also that if it is not, Sorio has pointed out that if it is not responsible, nobody will buy it. And that's exactly the key point as a consumer. So consumer can make AI responsible, and conscientious designer can develop technologies to make AI responsible. And that's a fundamental point. When AI will replace human being, I don't think AI will ever replace human being. Okay, because there is a very clear, this diagonal argument, if you look at the Gödel's philosophy or logic, that human being can never know himself, and hence it can never create something which will exceed himself. So this is my whole hypothesis. So therefore, AI can never replace human being. It can actually augment what human being is doing. And therefore, I think the best way to look at AI is a device or a technology which augments your capability, which increases your ability to deliver service. And even in Indian context, for example, medical service at PHC, if we can make a responsible AI system which just gives the advice to a doctor at a PHC by looking at the cases in finite time, that will change the health delivery system of the country. And I think that is the greatest challenge of creating a responsible AI which can aid endeavor of a human being. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary. So now the floor is open for questions. Questions from the audience?
See, data is a prerequisite for AI development. So how does one see AI developing in the Web 3.0 environment?
Would like to take this question?
I don't even know whether I understand Web3 properly, but yeah, I mean, because people have different versions of it. Okay, yeah. So there the answer is, I think, yeah. So so if that is your version, so I think Mayank had that on his slide, right? So federated learning is already a thing, right? I mean, for example, if you're using a Android phone, the Gboard, the autocomplete that happens, right? Your data never leaves your phone. Right, so the model gets personalized on your data, on your device, while it is fully private. So I think we already have systems, not just algorithms, which are live and working. So all algorithms have to be decentralized. Your data cannot leave. Yeah. Okay. So my point is, like, basically data can't leave the owner, basically, and it's possible. To the likes of Googles and Facebooks. So how do you develop AI further? Web 3.0 is all about data decentralization. Yeah, so the thing is, like, it's like, one is like, there's a choice, right? I mean, you don't want to use the system, no one can force you to give data, right? It's not an Aadhaar that you really need. Like in India, if you want to really, I think, survive, I think you need Aadhaar, Digi Yatra. I mean, people can complain about my biometric being used, right? I mean, I was actually thinking, someone who last where, I mean, it's definitely not run by Mayank, but run by a private company only, which follows the regulation. So I can be worried where, like, they took my photo multiple times this morning. I don't know what happens with that photo. So, but I had a choice not to use it. I could have stood in the line for 20 minutes multiple times. And so that's the choice I make. So I think in this new age world, right, we have to be practical. If there are few services we are getting access to, we should be cognizant of the fact what happens with my data, whether it leaves my device or not, of your time and purpose limitation of that usage is obviously that right should stay with the owner of the data, us. But if we say, okay, no, I mean, I don't want any footprint of my activity to be accessed, I think the only way I see is, like, not use that device at all or that service. I don't see anything. I mean, these algorithms like federated learning, split learning, it's not like they reveal nothing actually. I mean, they are very private, but in fact, like, just to add to this, it's not about Web 3.0, but Mayank talked about differential private models, right? The irony is differentially private models are actually more unfair than any other model. just by the mathematics of it. You don't even have to check it actually. I don't know. So that's actually an area like I think Professor Chaudhary was talking about areas, right? I think for young PhD students, master's students, I think that will be a very interesting area because differential privacy is here to stay, right? With GDPR and all countries are becoming aware, consumers are becoming aware of data privacy. So differential privacy is great, but unfortunately it is unfair just by the mathematics. So can we come up with fair DP algorithms? I haven't seen any paper on it, but I think it has to happen. You can't say, okay, fine, I let go of fairness, but I'll be more private, or I'll be less private, but I want to be fair. So both are important, and current methods are contradictory, unfortunately. Sorry, I don't have a perfect answer, but
I would like to add maybe it won't be a tangent. Let me try to make sure it is not. But it is a related point. I think we talk extremes. One thing is we say that all data is available, and the second extreme is none of the data is available. But there are a lot of things in between, including a lot of people willing to sell their data if there is a value to it. And there are, in fact, there are startups, there are business models around it. Actually, like most of the enterprise run related like value added services do that. Whether we know about it, that is a separate thing. Maybe everybody should learn about them. Like whenever you go, let's say you sign up for that 1 rupee insurance on any ticket that you buy. What does that mean? Like that data you have sold. You have got an insurance for 1 rupee or 35 paisa. I think that is like, I don't want to say which one, but that 35 paisa, which otherwise you would get for, let's say, 100 rupees, you got it for at a premium because you decided. I mean, it's not the AI's problem. It's also the user's problem, as Professor Chaudhary was saying. It is inspired by the different business models. That is one aspect to it. It's the other aspect to it is, I mean, from a technical perspective, there is also the pre-trained models and fine-tuning of models. So Web 3.0 kind of enables or puts more onus on maybe the model developers to be more fine-tuned models. And as we see in the last 5 to 8 years of AI research, that trend is becoming more and more popular. So I think it is addressed to some extent, but not in a like a Puritan fashion, I would say. So I don't know if that was useful.
Any other questions? Quite a few questions.
So I'm just adding a statement to the going discussion that what I believe that data is definitely getting out of the system of the devices, but it's not being interrelated with the user itself. It's the interrelation between the data and the user that's not being disclosed. So that's how we are maintaining the privacy and everything. But data is definitely getting out of the systems in the form of hashtags or links or the geographical locations itself.
But that is, are you saying that that should not happen, or that is a fact?
That is a fact, actually. Isn't it? I mean, I would like you to comment on that as well.
Maybe a fact for certain products and services, and it may not be a fact. Like it's not universally true. As what Gaurav was saying, that there are systems like in Android, there is a mechanism. In Apple, there is a mechanism. And they are not like just for the sake of development. They are actually proven. And there are, like similar to what Lipika earlier mentioned about GDPR, I think there are data regulations which are strictly followed. But it happens all the time. Like even 30 years, 40 years ago, when people were buying stuff based on coupons that they cut out of the newspapers, that is your data you are giving to some marketing agency.
Just to add to Vidit, actually, when I went to US to do my PhD, internet was still dial-up, so there's not much of personalization. I remember like my roommate saying like, here these. So in US they throw a lot of coupons in your mailbox. So the joke of the town was like, they know that you have pregnancy in your home before you realize it actually. So they were doing it even pre-internet era. I mean, internet was not there as richly as or affecting our lives. We were not clicking anywhere, we were not buying anything. Amazon was still just a bookstore. So, right, so they knew what you will need before you knew. When they had some error, I am sure. And to respond to your point, right, so it's a choice you make, right? See, all apps take your permission. I mean, the problem is we don't read it, we just say, okay, and okay. So that's a choice we are making because I don't think these big apps, unless I'm pretty sure there are millions of apps, right? And unfortunately, there are a lot of shady ones. So as long as we stay away from them, I think whatever is done is actually known to you. Whether you read terms and conditions or you provide okay or not, or service may not work. For example, for Ola and Uber, if you don't give location data, it will not work.
Yes.
So they track you for that duration. Yet they should not track you once your ride is over. Right? If they are doing it, that's wrong. Right? Because they have no business to track you after that. But doing the ride, they have to. Or a driver, a driver on Ola or Uber, they have to track all the time. If they are on the job, they have to track all the time. So again, I think the importance is the consent of the user or the driver in this case, right? Consent is the key. Whether data is being shared, we should not be over, as he said, don't talk extremes because it's unfortunately then we are going away from the utility of AI. We can be the opponent of his, no, I will not use it. Yeah, cars are bad. I flew by plane this morning. It is very bad for environment. Right? I can blame Richa for it, but that's okay. Right? I mean, like for 1 day trip, I don't know how much ton of carbon dioxide I added to my carbon footprint. It is bad. Right? So we have to be a little practical. Consent is important. Awareness is important. Then let's decide whether it is worth sharing my data or not. And actually, there are monetary paradigms where user may get some monetary or some other benefit from it, and they are coming up as we speak. So I would just suggest let's again borrowing from Vidit, which is rare because we typically fight more than we agree. It's like let's not talk extremes. I think let's be reasonable and solve the problem with the right checks and balances.
Yeah, so definitely regulations and consents, regulations have been made and consents have been taken. But like there is this line that the data that's been going out, it should be anonymous. That's why people are eager to share the data because it's anonymous. Just a statement.
Let's take it offline maybe.
Yeah, sure.
I'll be here. Yeah.
Any other questions?
First of all, thank you for the insightful session. So I have a question. If we focus on making responsible AI too much, would it in any way stop us from making something new and exciting which will change the future in a revolutionary way, in a positive way?
Speaking too much, I won't speak this. I won't raise my hand.
Let me start with a clarification. Do you have an example which can be positive but not responsible in the going forward way?
So, if in case of face recognition, if people would have thought of biases and ethnicity at the beginning, they may not have created something which we have today. So we can improve on that after we have made the model so that it will not stop us, it will not hold us back.
Yeah. So that is why we have this iterative development of product, right? You do V1, you do V2, and so on and so forth. Just like the Professor Chaudhary also mentioned about the cars getting improved over and over the decades, right? We do not make the electric car when Henry Ford came up with the Ford automobile, right? So you make progress in a way. Now to coming back to your original question, I do not think of these as inhibitor of making large or big innovations, right? These are guardrails. These are essentially keeps you on the right track, but this does not stops you from moving fast in the track so that you can reach new destination, break new barriers in a way. So that's a philosophical answer to it. But in an overall sense, I do feel that it is always important to keep the right questions in mind, solve for the smaller samples, scope your problem, and so on and so forth, so that you could keep making progress. Anybody want to add?
What I would like to also add is working on AI research, AI technologies is different from building a product product which is going to the end user, which is using that technology. So definitely you are very right. If people didn't think of building this system, which, you know, you can give a text prompt and an image would come out, which is creative, etc. That's a very interesting application, a very nice research area. Now I think the question is also on how to adopt it for systems which will be in the hand of end users and which will be doing some activity, like say for example in like prediction of whether to give a loan to a person, whether to or face recognition, you say. Now the key point was not with face recognition. Face recognition is a very old problem which, you know, gained a lot of accuracy with a lot of faces available. The problem was that it was trained and used for a set of for a particular region, and so when that algorithm was unleashed on some other part of the globe, it didn't work well, but it can be adopted. So the point is, we can make the system responsible by ensuring that we have all coverage of all kinds of faces, all kinds of skin colors, all kinds of shapes, everything in our system, and make the algorithm work. So we are talking about multiple different things here. Definitely too much of regulation and not making the technology progress is not good.
Just to add a question to the panelist. See, when humans are biased, we say chalta hai, it's okay. When systems are biased, we don't agree to that statement. Like we actually go all guns at how can actually AI be biased. So what is the take on by the panelist? Maybe we'll start with Dr. Chaudhary. So this question probably to all of you first, on the request of the panelist. First of all, is it okay? Or what do you think about it? What's your take?
I will not answer it, but I'll give you an example. When I drive a car, I die in the crash. It's a very classical example. It's more acceptable than if I am flying and the plane crashes, even though probability of plane crashing is much less. This is exactly what it is.
Any other take?
So I think actually this is more dependent on nature, because when, like you said, that when human is biased, we say it's okay because we are expecting human to be biased because it's a human nature. But when we think of a machine, we expect it to be completely correct in any sense. So that could be one. And the second is that when a human is there like me, I'm not used by anyone. I'm rarely interact with someone. So if I am biased, it is not that much matter. But if we are using a system, like right now commercializing and industrially AI is progressing a lot, in that sense, bias could be affecting their consumer rate and others as well. So that could be a possible answer.
Similar to what he said, like the way machines are marketed, like they are said is always correct. So the limitation should be listed beforehand if there is any. And number two, sometimes we also adapt, like if there are some mistakes in prompts in say Google search or ChatGPT, we basically change the prompts to the way that it can understand. So the intensity of the problem is also, means intensity of the bias also matters.
One question to the last 2 points. You mentioned that you are not a machine, so you are not used by anyone. Imagine you are a politician. You are biased. Imagine the influence of scale of influence and the extent of influence you can draw. So it's not probably fair. Sorry, I'm doing nitpicking, but I just wanted to kind of pass the point.
So, I'm taking advantage of this biased stage where I do represent only one person. So, there is bias in real life. So, this is not bias. This is something that has happened because of age-old bias. So, when actually those algorithms, brought out the bias that existed in the data, say, for example, in the criminal system, when it was found that a particular system that was trained on past data for Chicago police, when a black person committed a crime, it suggested same crime was committed by, say, a black and a white. It was suggesting a larger fine or an imprisonment for the black and less stringent results for the white person. Now, it actually, why? Because that's what it learned from the existing data. So in that case, it exposed the bias. So I really feel that in many cases, the bias that existed in the humans, AI algorithms have really helped in exposing the bias that existed in the data. Of course, there were certain cases where it went faulty. So because there were only white males in a software job, so therefore when it was a prediction system trained on that data was used for predicting who would be shortlisted for the next job, they only kept on shortlisting white males. But again, that was not exactly a bias. That was a bias in the data itself. And so therefore, corrective steps had to be taken to not use the system and basically, retrain it with other data or be more inclusive now. That's the rule. So bias is there that can be exposed and that has to be eliminated also. That's what I think would make a dependable system.
I'll just add I think Lipika put it in a very excellent manner. And I think it is important, even though we joked about a different use case and detailed discussions on use cases. I think in addition to us thinking about AI as a utility and building more and more creative use cases and sometimes often taking bias or being responsible at the backstage in the beginning, I think we are not in the early stages of AI anymore. We are also in a very advanced stage where we have AI is pretty much everywhere in all the systems, including your OS scheduling. So think from that perspective that we are not really in the early days of AI. At this point, if we don't talk about being responsible, then we are not doing right as leaders. That is why this topic is extremely essential. It is also like, I think I really liked the pyramid that Mayank had in his slides about the different dimensions of responsible AI, being fair, the models being explainable, and there are several other components that go into it, sustainability, and all of that. Like, this discussion is not about being responsible or not responsible. It's about acknowledging this as a important aspect or facet about AI research and AI model development. That is what I would like to add.
So just to get back to Mayank's question, right? Why is human के लिए चलता है and AI systems, it's a big deal. I think it is the extent, again, basically piggybacking on the extent of influence and the reach of it, right? See, as a human being, if maybe I am biased, right? That would probably impact less than maybe a global leader or a big CEO of a company or somebody who is biased. So both of us make a public statement which shows bias. That one is going to call a lot of attention. Similarly for AI, which has a much broader and bigger reach than an average human being, and that's why it's a big deal. And of course, also AI has the ability to amplify and all those things, right? So that's why it is a big deal, and human के लिए still चलता है.
Answer to the next question. But I think we should, as AI practitioners or researchers, we should be proud of it, I think. So, we should set higher standards anyway. We should not say, it's unfair to AI. I think it's good for researchers. You have a harder problem to solve. So we have our jobs to keep. So you should be happy about it, I think. I mean, it's a feature of the problem. Right?
See, the point which is important and interesting is actually is opening up new areas of research. And that's coming from the gaps which are very clearly identified. So therefore, this relationship makes these problems very significant and useful. That's the ultimate comment.
So we could not do AI 10 years ago. Our expectations were less. Now we can do amazing, so we want them to respond. That's a fair ask, I think. That's we will ask more like in that.
So it's like Dil Mange More, right?
I don't think Mayank will ask me any more questions.
Humans catch up with humans. And this is that. Like finding new problems, like, okay, this is done. Let's find new problems to solve. This is maybe AI cannot. I don't know.
So,
Professor Mayank, I
yeah.
just wanted to add something.
Sure.
Yeah. So there is this theory which we use in the field of management. It's come from Bruno Latour, actor network theory. So there they advise you, Bruno Latour just passed away a few months back, that when you are looking at sociological interactions, if you do not look at machines, if you do not look at formats, if you do not look at technologies that human beings are using, you will be doing a grossly incomplete assessment of what is happening, even in the field of usual social interactions and field of management. Now, the question that you asked, why a human being and versus a system, so there they look at a system as congealed wisdom. So because what the system that you're talking about is now congealed. So not only is it maybe more powerful in a structural sense, but it is now there. So if I put, for example, a brick here and you trip over it, you can blame today's organizers. But if I make something which is like a brick and is here forever, that is a much bigger problem because it is there to stay. So that congealment is what I think creates that fear or that feeling of too much of injustice is what I felt. Why one human being versus a system? A human being is always a work in progress, as Professor Chaudhary was saying, that don't know where it can go. But once you congeal it, it's like, wo aa gaya hai. That's my thought.
Thank you, Sankalp. Maybe one last question in the interest of time. We are running quite late. Considering the diversity, I'll give it to the lady here.
Sir, my one question is like here we are saying that the level of biasness in the human, like a politician should not be that much biased that can a person. So that thing also in the AI model, like what kind of measurement or a quantitative value should we follow to measure biasness, to explainability, like these things? Like model should be 100% bias free. Like can we accept these models? Like if model 100% bias free, then we can easily deploy in real life.
It goes back to my, as I said, ImageNet movement for bias or fairness has not happened. It's hard to define actually. We know when something is unfair. But if I ask you to write everything that can be unfair about a specific AI system, it's very hard. And you are right, I don't know. Answer is we don't know as a community. I think that's why it is still an afterthought. Once we know what it is, we can put a loss function and do your multitask training. So it's easy. We know the tools. The problem is we can only say that it is unfair, but we can't list all of it. That's my take at least.
So when we said that a model bias free, then it should be 100%.
Yeah, I don't think any model can claim that. Because of the same reason, because our metric is not well defined. You want to add?
I wanted to make a joke, but I should stay away from it.
Yeah, see, if you know the dimensions of bias, there are ways of measuring, right? For example, if you want to measure that whether a model is biased with respect to gender, right? Then you can set up tests and there are metrics by which you can measure that it is biased against or for on particular gender. But the challenge is that we do not always know these dimensions of the bias. And that is why it is difficult to set that up. So that's, I hope that answers the question.
This gender, that language, this age group, this ethnicity. I mean, it explodes. Yes. Activities.
No, it wasn't a joke actually. Like from a model implementation perspective, if you're thinking about deep learning models, then you might also want, I mean, this is potentially some less explored ideas that when we are training different layers, even if we have an incomplete measure of bias, even if we have not imperfect data sets, we can still in a way include that measure of bias at different layers when we evaluate that when we are training the different loss functions for, let's say, the top layers, which have a bigger impact on the end outcome as opposed to the bottom layers, or like the base architecture versus the heads. So all of those things, I think it is an open question, as I think all of the esteemed panelists are also saying, that these are open areas of research, and one we can think about from a design perspective, we can think about from an evaluation perspective, better data sets, better unit tests, better loss functions, and we can actually think about better architectures also. So all of this is open, and that is why it is extremely important that we are talking about these really edge cases, or we are talking about cutting edge or state of the art of AI. We are not talking about doing a retrospect. We need to think of responsible AI as the path forward, because we have done already and we should be proud and happy. And now we need to make a bigger jump into the technology, into serving the humanity, and also doing just well for ourselves.
Because Vidit didn't tell the joke. I thought we were telling a joke. So I'll tell some real anecdote with my son. So when he was like really young, he started to speak, right? So you walk around and then, I mean, kid has to realize whether someone is uncle or auntie, right? I mean, so he did ask, I mean, so what can be an answer? So my stupid answer was, if someone has long hair, that's the auntie. But guess what? After a few days, he saw a guy with a long hair and he called him auntie. I mean, so I had to change, like, it's not always true. Then other thing was how someone is Didi in India or auntie in India. So our definition was if someone has a kid along with them, that's a auntie, and they don't have kid, that's Didi. I mean, so that's how we also do with kids. But eventually, no, it's true actually. So eventually they figure it out. So, but you have to initialize your model somewhere. So that's how AI has been initialized. Hopefully we'll get better at it.
Thank you so much, Gaurav.
Hopefully that made up for the missing joke.
Thank you everyone for the wonderful discussions.
I request Professor Chaudhary to give the token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists.
So self-clip is about it. Just keep it in the podcast. Exactly. Yeah. Final executive open for your schedule. But waiting for the I think next one, Mayank, you should.
Sure. So with that, this session ends. We'll go for a poster session and a break. And then after that, we'll start the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That dear couple. No, he said he knows you. After that, he asked me, bias हो गया ना husband का
अरे वेबएक्स पे आपका दूसरा है मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये वो नहीं मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना वो दूसरा कौन स्लाइड बोल सकते हैं वो पैनल काम जाए नहीं करेगा विक्रम को बोल लगाएंगे विक्रम कर देगा विक्रम को बोलना विक्रम ये सेंस कर दो ना स्क्रीन ये वाला प्रोजेक्टर से प्रोजेक्ट विक्रम विक्रम प्रोजेक्टर का सोर्स सेंस करो यहाँ पे दो शेयर करना है लेकिन आ गया तो मैम उधर जाएंगे तो ना वो हाँ सर उनको ज्वाइन करने आ गए ना उनको फिर
Hi, Dr. Jain. Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hear me okay?
Uh,
Can you hear
Hi,
me
Jane, am I
okay?
audible to you?
Yes, you are. Can you hear me?
Great, because you're not to us. So we're just figuring out what exactly is the issue. Just give us a minute.
जाएगा तो पिक्सल में ऑनलाइन तो चला जाएगा पर वो यहाँ पे नहीं आएगा यहाँ पे तो कर लूंगा पर इसका इसका ऑन करना है उसका ऑन करेंगे ये बताओ पहले तो उसका ही करना है ना पहले तो जो वेबएक्स पे है उनका करना है ना पहले यहाँ से हम बोलेंगे इंट्रोडक्शन वगैरह वो तो हो जाएगा
फिर उसके बाद वो अपने वहां से प्रेजेंट करेगी और बोलेंगे।
तो तब हमको वो वाला करना चालू।
तो अभी क्या करना है?
अभी तो चालू चालू है ये इसका। अभी चालू कौन सा है? बजा के देखो।
पूछो। अनम्यूट करो।
तो नहीं।
अनम्यूट करके पूछूं? माइक में बोले। अच्छा, डायरेक्टली पूछ लेना। Hi, Jane, am I audible?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, great. Do you want to just try sharing your screen once before we start off with the session?
Okay, so can you hear me and see me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Perfect. Okay, I'm just sharing my screen now. Can you see it?
It's coming up. Yes, it is up.
Okay, good sign.
Perfect. My sincere apologies. We're just running behind schedule by around 10-15 minutes. So I think we'll be starting up in the next 10 minutes or so maximum. Avinash is here, who would be anchoring the entire discussion. He is a PhD research scholar at IIT Jodhpur, and he will sort of introduce you first, and then the virtual dais will be all yours. So if you could just bear for around 10 minutes with us.
Sure. Okay.
ये एक रुपया का नहीं करना पड़ेगा इसका साथ पावर सप्लाई की 3 आइटम होते हैं इसके साथ।
स्क्रीन एंटर स्क्रीन यहाँ पे जाइए शेयर। इसके बाद PPT जो है ना वहाँ पे। अच्छा
अब फिर से कंट्रोल टैब अल्ट टैब कीजिए।
ये वाला
ओके ठीक है ना।
ऐसे करिए। तो कुछ होगा तो हम यहाँ पे ठीक है।
मेरी बात सुन, परेशानी नहीं लेना है। तो यहाँ पे है ना, ठीक स्टॉप शेयर कर सब बोल कर रखें।
ओके
It's tough to read, but still. What is it?
right? स्टार्ट करना है लाइट कंट्रोल हमारे पास में नहीं है ना, गलत कितना भी हो बोले।
Hello. Respected dignitaries, eminent speakers, faculty members, scholars, and students, I, Avinash Chauhan,
And I, Shweta, PhD scholars from School of Management and Entrepreneurship, IIT Jodhpur, once again welcome you all to the third edition of Industry Day at IIT Jodhpur.
so far, we have witnessed wonderful and prolific sessions since morning, which might have traversed many of the students' and scholars' thoughts with regards to technology, innovation, and sustainability. Now we are moving towards our next theme, that is intelligent and neuromarketing. Ever since the digital era, the business environment has become more smart and aware regarding every dynamics which are caused due to smart moves of the opponent or a new player. Not only in terms of the usage of technology, but also in terms of usage of technology to interpret, to analyze the behavior, practices, choice of the customer and consumer. And this itself lands business into a highly intellectual task to perform best in the industry. Now, the question is how? Well, that's the reason we are here for. Now, I would like my co-host Shweta to please proceed ahead with the event.
Thank you, Avinash. Now, let me take the opportunity to introduce our keynote speaker for the session, Intelligent and Marketing. All the way from United Kingdom, Dr. Jane Layton, Vice President Nielsen IQ Basis. Nielsen IQ Basis is the world's leading consumer neuroscience organization. For over a decade, Nielsen IQ has provided unparalleled insights into the emotions and behaviors of consumers. Jane leads the advertising practice in Europe, where she and her team design and execute research to uncover consumers' true responses to brands, advertising, and products. Using range of neuroscience tools, they are able to give granular insights to help boost creative effectiveness. Jane has a background in science with a PhD in cognitive neuroscience from University College London. Her research focused on automatic non-conscious processes and learning. She specializes in applying her scientific knowledge to understanding consumers' responses to marketing materials. Jane has also worked in the consumer neuroscience field since its inception, pioneering the use of a number of behavioral, biometric, and neurological technologies. Dr. Jain, it's an absolute pleasure and honor to host you virtually at IIT Jodhpur. Let's welcome Dr. Jain Layton with a huge round of applause.
Ma'am, you can please share your screen.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you very much for having me today. I'm excited to share this with you just now. So I'm just sharing my screen. Hopefully that will all work seamlessly. Can somebody give me a thumbs up and tell me that they can see the presentation? Going to take that as a yes. Okay, so I'm going to tell you today about how we use neuroscience with our clients at Nielsen IQ. And before I start, just to give you a brief overview of what I mean when I say neuroscience. So the kind of things that we are doing require people to come into our labs, a central location, and we pop a cap on their head and we measure their brain response using EEG or electroencephalography. And I'll go into that a little bit more detail as we go through. And there are lots of different ways that we can apply this kind of technique to really help our clients to create those superior brands, communications. There's lots of different ways we apply it. We apply it to clients' video ads, understand. We also help them with their ad strategy and their brand positioning. We can help them understand what their brand really means to consumers, what is the essence of that brand. We also apply it to help clients with their packaging, to look at a couple of pack designs and see which one might be the winner. We can apply it to in-store materials, point of sale materials, for example. And then finally, we also apply it to product experiences. So we bring people into our labs, we have them interacting with products, and we're measuring their brain response as they do that. So there's a really wide range of applications for this tool. I mostly work in the on the left-hand side of this screen. So I work on the ads and the branding, and a little bit in the product. So today I'm going to focus on the advertising side of things. But once you see how we apply this to advertising, you'll also know how we apply it in the pack space or the product space, because our approach remains pretty similar, regardless of what kind of questions we are answering. So just to go back a step and think about why it is that we use neuroscience. Why don't we just stick to what we've done for decades, which is surveys? Why don't we just ask people what they think about ads, packs, or about products? Well, as you probably know very well, we can't get everything that we need simply by. It's not just that people don't want to tell us or they're trying to lie. It's that people don't necessarily have conscious access to all of their mental processes, their thoughts and feelings. And with neuroscience, we are able to capture both the conscious and the non-conscious reactions that consumers have. So it's that really complete understanding of how people respond to whatever we put in front of them. And we have been doing this for many years now. So we have lots of databases, we have validated our tools, we've tested over 10,000 ads now worldwide with this approach. So we've got a lot of expertise in understanding this data and using it to help solve our clients' business questions. The other thing that we do at Nielsen, which might be a little bit different from other places, is we make sure we have a neuroscientist PhD involved in every project that we do. So that means any client that works with us gets somebody with that neuroscience PhD to help us really make sure that we're setting up good experiments, to make sure that we're interpreting the data correctly. And also just to make sure they get all that lovely expertise that that scientist has about how the brain works, about behavioral science and neuroscience, which clients really get a lot from. The other really nice thing about using neuroscience is it gives us a tremendous amount of detail, so much more detail than you could get really any other way. So I'll show you a bit in a minute, but essentially we get a second by second read on how consumers respond to an ad. And having that super detailed understanding is really useful to our clients because it helps them see what works and what doesn't, and how they would then be able to optimize their advertising. And that is something that they really value. It helps them make their ads better. It helps them make shorter ads, which might be suitable for digital. And it helps them just get better over time with this culture of continuous improvement, understanding what works, what doesn't for me and my brand, and using that to just get better over time. So that's why we're doing this. I'm going to now turn to a little bit more detail how we actually carry out these neuroscience. So I'll start with this video that hopefully plays okay. Shows you a little bit about what goes on in the lab. When a respondent comes in to take part in our research, how it looks for them. Okay, so hopefully that just gives you a little flavor of what it's like for someone coming into our lab to do our research. If I was there, maybe I could have brought one of our EEG caps and I could have showed you. The one that you saw just then is actually the old equipment that we were using. We now have new equipment that we use that you can see on this page. And that is really transforming the way that we're able to because it's much more portable, it's much more easy to administer. So it's going to really help us when it comes to expanding, which I'll talk about. So essentially, we use a number of tools to help understand. So the one that we use most of all, and the one where we really focus on, is EEG. And EEG gives us lots of information about how people respond emotionally, how their memory system reacts, how much attention they're paying. We can also get lots of information about whether an ad is communicating the brand and the key messages that the client asks to communicate. We combine that EEG with eye tracking, which is really nice because we're able to get an understanding of both where people are looking, what catches their visual attention, but also at the same time, how is their brain responding? So really nice to have this combination of measures. It gives us a huge amount of granularity when we combine the two. We also have some self-report. So we have a short questionnaire that we add at the end. And this is mostly qualitative to get an understanding of likes, dislikes, and message takeout from whatever we've shown to our participants. So what do we manage to measure from the... So we're able to measure some really key brain systems that we know are linked to decision making. So One of the ones that's really interesting and really is we measure this emotional motivation or a lean-in response. And that's really useful when it comes to advertising, because we're really understanding, are people on the edge of their seats during my ad, or are they kind of leaning away, losing interest, or even just pulling back from the content? We also measure memory activation. So this is really helping us understand how relevant the content is, how much I can link it to the other information I already have in my memory. Then we also measure attention processing. And this is really telling us how focused somebody is on the content. Attention is an interesting one because it can be a really good focus in on your content, really kind of working hard to understand what's going on. But it sometimes can indicate that the content is a bit confusing. And so we have to be really careful with attention, that we interpret it correctly and we really understand, are people really working hard and enjoying it, or are they working hard and it ends up being a bit confusing? So we will give these measures to clients as scores on a database. As I mentioned, we've ads, so we're able to compare how one ad does compared to all those thousands of ads. And then the really cool thing is being able to look at these measures on a second by second basis. And that's I think the really interesting part, because it tells us second by second how people react to the content. So are they really drawn in at the intro, or are they just completely confused by it? Are they disinterested? And so this level of detail is really nice, and it would be really hard to get at this level of detail any other way. Then the final thing that we do with EEG is use it to understand what does that advert convey? What does it at an implicit level? So we do a pre-post measure where we show participants words and a load of brands, and we measure their brain response, their ERP response. Then we show them the ad, and then we do the same exercise where we show them the words and the brands afterwards. And we're looking for an uplift in the brain's response after they've seen the ad. So this allows us to quantify the degree to which this ad has communicated a brand or a key message. But all of this ends up being really, really useful for helping understand, is an ad going to work or not? So the two measures that we really focus on for this are action intent, which is a combination of emotion and memory, and brand resonance, which is what I just described a moment ago, which is how well are you able to communicate your brand within that. And we've done lots of work up till now to show that these measures are really predictive of real world behavior. So they're not just us looking at the brain and finding interesting things to look at. They are actually really predictive of sales, real world behavior. And that's kind of the most important thing about doing this kind of research, that it does truly predict real world behavior. So I've told you a lot about what we do and how we do it. What I think is really useful is to just show you how we apply this with a case study, because I think it helps bring it to life a little bit more. So this case study is from some work that we did with a client, and I'm not going to show you the ad for confidence, but it's an ad that talks a lot about the 5 senses, and then in particular focuses on our sense of smell and how important that sense of smell is. So what we do is we have a look at how the ad performs overall. The client wants to know, is it a good ad? Should I put it on air? Or is it no good? In which case I'm going to be worried, or I need to So what we see is on those two performance indicators that I mentioned, action intent and brand resonance, it's a mixed bag. So it doesn't do so well on action intent. So it's not managing to really draw people in and engage people in the way that they want, but it is doing a good job at communicating the brand. So if we shared this with a client, they would probably be a bit sad because this is an ad that's not performing in the way that we or they would hope that it will perform. But the really nice thing about neuroscience is it takes us much further than this. So typically with a standard approach, you tend to get very, very top line information about whether something works or not, but you aren't necessarily able to go into the details. And that's what's really nice about being able to use neuroscience here, is that we get much, much more detail. So we get this second by second read on how people are engaging with the content. And this is probably what people value most. So we can see that right at the start of the ad, people really lean in, they're really hooked in by the, and that's what we need to see at the start of an ad. That's where an ad is effective, when it hooks people in at the start. But we see there are these moments where people are pulling away, people are disengaging from the content, and these are the moments that we want to focus on to really help the client to optimize and to get better. So let's take a look at what's happening. So second 9 is where we have this real drop off in engagement. So people are really leaning in, and then all of a sudden they're not so interested anymore. And if we have a look at what's happening in this moment, we've got a man and he is carrying a boat above his head. And at the same time, we're talking about taste. So we have people looking at him, but in particular, we see from the eye tracking that they're zoned in on his armpit at the same time as talking about taste. So that's a really unfortunate combination. We don't want to think about taste at the same time as seeing an armpit. So it's a really small thing, but it makes quite a big difference. And it's something that's quite easy for a client to fix. We can have a look in even more detail at those 3 measures that we capture: emotion, memory, and attention. Exactly what's going on in this moment. So we go from having people with really high emotion. So the red line shows that people are really leaning into what they're seeing. And then as soon as we see the armpit and start talking about taste, people pull away from that content, they disengage. So this is a real area of opportunity to help make the ad better or optimize it. We see something similar happening later on in the ad. They do a very similar thing, essentially, where they show feet and start talking about smell, and nobody wants to think about smelly feet. Again, we get this pull away from the content. And again, it's something that can be fixed quite easily after the fact. So this is the kind of thing that we're able to do with neuroscience, get those really granular learnings on what works and what doesn't, and work with clients to help them make their creative better, and to help them make their products or their packaging better as well. And I just want to share our track record with this client. So they did a lot of testing with us, and then they would make the changes that we recommended, and then they would retest the ad. And what we're able to show is in almost all cases, we're able to help them improve their advertising. So we're able to help them take an ad from being a not great performer to being an above average performer. And that's the real power of neuroscience, not just judging ads and saying it's good or it's bad. It's helping actually improve the content, help improve the work that clients do. So I just want to finish by talking or giving a summary of the work that we've carried out today. So we've been doing this for around 15 years, part of Nielsen for just over 10 years. We've worked across 30 countries. We've now done more than 15 which means we've tested over 4 people using this EEG approach. That's worldwide. In India, we've done over 1,500 studies across 80 plus clients. And just to tell you a bit more about our story in India, so in 2012, the neuro business was set up in India. It was operating primarily from Bangalore. And then in 2013, we got our own neuroscientist based in India to meet that client demand that was building back there. Then in 2015, we started to expand across India to other regions. We opened a lab in Mumbai. There was a mega launch, apparently. So things were really starting to grow in India. We also, our signal processing group is based in India. So they're the people that analyze the data for us. And there's been huge work done to automate that data analysis, to reduce timelines, to make it more efficient for clients to use. In 2019, we took on a second neuroscientist in India, and we started really integrating both the system 1 approaches like neuroscience with the system 2 approaches like survey. So everything was going really well up until 2019 and 2020. And then we all remember what happened in 2020. A big pandemic came along. So we, our research is face-to-face. We couldn't do that research anymore. So everything was really paused. And all that great build up of demand and of resource in India, and the same thing happened in Europe. It was paused, and it was a lot of it went away. And we're only now in the position of being able to re-establish neuro around the world. So we started off in North America, setting things back up again. We are in the process of setting things up in Europe. So I joined a year ago to help with that. The next in the plan is re-establishing neuroscience capabilities in India. That will be happening in the next couple of months. We'll be starting with Mumbai as demand. So thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to us being up and running again in India soon. If there are any questions, please do.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jain, for setting up the pace for the event. The floor is open for questions. Anybody can ask the questions if they have.
Greetings, Jane. I am Ketan from MBA first year. And my question to you is, like, if there's a company and it produces a specific product, cognitive product based on some, like, which helps in curing some kind of genetic disorder, for example, ADHD or Parkinson or Alzheimer. So what would be the probably or eligible consumers for that? Because after going through our website, I found out that the eligible set of consumers are healthy consumers. And in case of a product which is based on a genetic disorder, curing a genetic disorder, so what would be the set of eligible consumers for the same?
Yeah, so that would be really tricky for us because we are quite careful about who we recruit for a neuro study. We want to make sure that everybody, the group that we recruit, are quite similar. So we're always analyzing all of the data at a group level because we need that statistical power, but also from an ethical perspective, that is what we are committed to do, never look at individual level data. So for groups of people with developmental disorders or genetic differences, we probably wouldn't be able to do that. because we need everybody to be as similar as possible, and there would end up being lots of variation in the data. And so we do mostly stick to your usual consumer packaged goods products like shampoo and chocolate bars and beer and things like that, rather than very specialist pharma products.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Can someone please pass on the mic over there?
Hi. So just
I don't hear anything. I don't know if that's... Still don't hear anything. Oh, I heard something then.
Hello.
I can hear you now.
Jane, am I audible?
Yes, you are now.
So the question is there in the chat box. Shall I?
Or I can ask the question directly. Based on the last question, I was asking, for example, if you're working with a shampoo brand itself, but you're recruiting their target audience, right? How would you make sure the people that you're recruiting to test the ad are not belonging to any special group like ADD, ADHD, or any learning disorder or something like that?
So when we recruit, we either have in-house recruiters or we work with recruitment agencies, and we have got quite a strict screening process to make sure that those people, obviously it's what they say, we have to believe what they say, but to make sure those people don't have any developmental disorder, but also to make sure that they meet the needs of the client. So let's say we're testing cat food, we need people who have cats. If we're testing a particular financial services product, it needs to be people that are eligible for that financial services product. So yeah, we're quite strict with our recruiters to make sure they find us the correct people.
Perfect.
Same as any kind of consumer research, really.
Yeah, so if you're already using EEG, why not try QEEG to filter out? Because if the entire data set is in the normal range, so there is no, I would say nobody is out of 3 standard deviation, or nobody is in any of the patterns that they would fall in case of learning disorder or ADHD, that we can use that process to recruit rather than relying on the qualitative data.
When we actually do the analysis, we are also looking and making sure that there isn't too much noise in the data. So I think we would see it if there were people that were real outliers in the way that they were reacting. And I think we would exclude those participants. So sometimes we over-recruit. In fact, we always over-recruit and end up excluding participants whose data doesn't really look right. But we haven't applied it in the way that exactly in the way that you're saying, and that might be something for us to look at in the future.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. So we have another set of questions from the PhD scholars. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are your views on consumer neuroscience, especially neuromarketing? What is the use case of neuromarketing tools, since it is still at a nascent stage for the industries? So how far the industries have reached in actually making use of neuromarketing tools for getting positive results?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So it does still feel quite new, even though we've been doing this for over a decade. And it does take time to move people away from what they're used to doing. If you spend 40 years using a particular methodology, a survey methodology, to ask people to shift to something completely new is hard. So it has been a slow process, but we are now getting to the point where we see some clients completely commit to a neuro-based approach for all of their ad testing. So obviously the goal is that we have many clients do that, as many as possible, the big guys out there, and that's the goal. We're not there yet, but we are starting to see some big multinational clients make that switch. So I think we're getting there. It's going to take a lot more time.
Yes, I agree, since the tools are so expensive. So I think it would take a little bit more of time.
Yeah, it is expensive, and it does take it takes a while. So you're not going to get a 24-hour readout on your ads with this approach, and that is what some clients want, and then that's fine. You can use a different approach, but if you really want the depth of learning, then that's what this is really great at doing.
Okay, so I would request the audience to ask any more questions if they have. Okay.
Hi, Jane. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. I have a question that what is the average sample size for, any study that you conduct?
Another good question. So that's the one that we get asked a lot by clients. So typically we're talking about 24 to 30 participants, and that's if we're testing one. When we start testing more things, then we need to have more groups. And we find that clients think that's a really small sample size. Within academia, that's not a small sample size, but clients struggle sometimes to feel that that's enough. So we have done lots of work to demonstrate that that is enough people for robust results. So we've tested 25 people, got a set of results, then tested 125 people and compared, and we haven't seen any significant differences.
Okay, and what is the lowest sample size that you would be able to do away with?
20 is the lowest we would go, and that would be if we were doing a single gender study. So if we were doing just females, for example. If we're doing males and females, we wouldn't go lower than 24.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
Excuse me, can you please pass on the mic there, behind?
Hello, Jane. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
So as you said, yeah, you have been doing it for like past 10 years. So with the introduction of short videos and your Instagram reels, the attention span of the users have decreased to a large extent. So what have you observed the response of the new customers or new viewers to the ad compared to the people from like 5 years back?
We haven't seen any big changes like that. So people, of course, are consuming media in quite a different way. And we're really well placed to help with that, because we can help clients see at what point are you likely to lose people. So if you're watching a digital ad, at what point are people just going to switch away and do something else, or go and make a cup of tea or whatever. So we're really well placed, but we haven't seen those big differences in the way the brain responds to content. So a lot of the things that we see are so fundamental to us as humans. They're not things that are going to change over 10 years. They are fundamental things that make us human, such as we respond really positively to social interaction, and that will not change. That's always going to be something that we see. Same with emotional faces or delicious looking food. Those kinds of things are so universal and so basic that they still do draw people in, even in this new era where there are so many distractions.
Thank you very much.
Anybody has any more questions?
Hello. Yeah, so my question is neuromarketing posing a threat to ethical marketing, as it can be used to influence the buying behavior of consumer and giving an unfair advantage to certain brands who are using it?
Yeah, that's an interesting one as well. So I don't think it is influencing in any way. So all we're really doing is measuring response. So it's what we've always done in market research. When we listen to people's reactions, when we do a focus group, we're just listening to somebody's response. The way we like to think about it is we are putting a microphone on the brain. So it's just helping us to listen to people's response a little bit better. We're in no way trying to influence people or do anything really. We're just trying to understand how they react to a stimulus that we put in front of them. And so from that perspective, it's not really any different from any other kind of market research. And we're never asking people or encouraging people to do something that they don't want to do anyway.
Okay, so that would be the last question. So thank you so much, Dr. Jane, once again for answering all the questions. So now we would like to take the session forward, and we would like to hand over to Paridhi and Pradorshika to take the session forward.
Good evening, everyone. It is certainly an honor to be present among such learned dignitaries who are putting forth their ideas today. So let us now introduce our eminent speakers for the next session. Mr. Bhupesh Dinger is the director of Enrich Salon. With more than 33 years of experience, Mr. Dinger has been involved in setting up and operating company-owned and franchisee-operated retail chains all over India. With experience across industries, he has rapidly scaled up many new businesses in the consumer, internet, telecom, food, and recently in the services segment. He has always been part of high growth, brutally competitive industries, including national roles at Kodak Express and the explosive telecom and retail boom at Reliance. He was a core member of the startup team of Reliance Infocom and Reliance Hypermarkets and was involved in designing and implementing all aspects of the business. He is also associated with multiple IIMs as a member of the board of governors at IIM Raipur. He is on the interview admissions panel for IIM Bangalore, IIM Trichy, and IIM Nagpur. He was nominated by the worldwide leadership team to represent India as a team member of the future high potential managers across all divisions at Eastman Kodak Asia Pacific region. Welcome to IIT Jodhpur, sir.
Our next speaker is Ms. Diya Singh, founder and CEO of Neurohook, a tech enthusiast, marketing consultant, and now owning a firm which mixes science with marketing. Neurohook helps brands create content that's remembered by integrating neuromarketing research with a lot of quirk. At Neurohook, it is believed that customers purchase with their subconscious minds and their decisions are also driven by their emotions. The organization has partnered with multiple prestigious firms, which include MTV India, Economic Times Global Business Summit, Pentagon Press, Hindustan Times, the Meta Factory, and Future Group. Ma'am has pursued her bachelor in fashion and apparel design and master's in international marketing management from Coventry University, United Kingdom. She has a vast set of expertise, which includes consumer behavior research, application of neuromarketing tools, data-driven storytelling, content marketing, social media marketing, and strategic marketing. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation, and we welcome you to IIT Jodhpur.
Mr. Bhavya Madan is the co-founder and CTO of Newfany, India's first wearable EEG headband, the smartwatch for your brain. Mr. Bhavya is the brain behind Newfany. His in-depth knowledge in neuroscience and embedded systems has joined the dots between neurofeedback and mediation. Designed in Germany, Newfany comes with a mobile application and a software development kit which can be used by researchers, developers, and also other businesses to develop their application. Newfany is also setting up its pod where people can physically visit, experience, and start their self-improvement journey. Newfany's mission is to change the reactive approach towards the mental health.
We are honored to have all three of you here with us today. Let's have a huge round of applause for all our guests. Now I have the honor to invite onto the dais Mr. Bhupesh Dinger to share his delightful thoughts and bag full of experiences with us.
after this? Yes. Good evening. While this topic came up on neuromarketing, the first things I obviously did was to Google it out. Okay. And then reading all the links, you realize that is there a certain commonality to all the topics there? Is there a mix of biology somewhere, mix of psychology, mix of technology, and all combined with marketing? And it's a lovely multidisciplinary aspect to this topic. And then obviously you do the next step, you go beyond Google and do something what every panelist has done since morning. I'm sure what the million other guys do. Get onto ChatGPT and see what do they think of this subject. Interesting that the words that came out on this. Some words that came out are studying the consumer brain activity, measuring physical responses, the emotional management there, and some key words of genetics. A lot of lovely words came out, and this is what ChatGPT thinks. This is what ChatGPT thinks is neuromarketing. Like Dr. Jain mentioned, ultimately the thought in your brain comes from two parts. There's an instinctive thought process, which is unconscious, is implicit, which is low effort, is rapid. And that comes from the limbic part of your brain, the primordial part of your brain. There's also a reflective part of the brain. I see some posters outside in that poster session where I saw this, the prefrontal cortex of your brain, the front part of your brain. That's more deliberate. That's more explicit. That's more thought through. And both these are thoughts in your brain. And both are these being fired in the neurons inside. It's very similar to what Dr. Jain said, based a lot on what Daniel Kahneman said, thinking fast and slow. But the fact is, we think we use the reflective system. We think we are consciously taking a rational decision. But very often, it is the subconscious, non-conscious word that Dr. Jain used. It is the intuitive, biased, instinctive system that makes us do it. And while we think we are creatures of rational thought, it may not always be so. Because all that instinctive stuff behind us gives rise to a lot of biases. And we had this fascinating discussion in the previous session about biases. And there's a lovely question from the audience that why do we expect bias on the artificial intelligence topic? When we expect that, yeah, human beings will have bias. You could have an explicit bias like he mentioned in the previous speaker, saying that, there's a bias against women, against gender, race, ethnicity. There could be a lot of implicit biases around. You could have, and there's standard psychological biases going around. You could have a confirmation bias. You see what you want to see. And that is the one that's operating below the network. That is the one that is fast. It leaves us open to a lot of biases. And you have to overcome that limbic thought process. The term uses limbic friction. You have to take an effort to say, wow, I'm conscious of this bias and I have to get away from it. Because the fact is, if they can get you to choose before you can think, they can get you to buy things you do not need. And that might be a very cynical view of marketing. But let me read that again. If they, as in the marketeers, if they can get you to choose before you can think, and they are actually influencing your thinking without you knowing about it, they can get you to buy things that you do not need. Okay, do you really need that extra toothpaste, that extra dress, and that's being influenced? But then you know what? This amounts to fraud. And no serious marketer does this. Because in the long term, it will backfire. If the consumer ever thinks that she is being manipulated, it will backfire. So you can't do that. Because ultimately, the brain is a prediction machine. The brain is designed to conserve, it's a muscle. It is designed to conserve energy. It uses its prior knowledge of the world to make inferences. It sees some pattern in the surroundings. It makes a perception. Those of you look at the image, if you look at it from the one side, you think it's a duck. If you look from the other side, you think it's a rabbit. And we make a perception based on our biases without even knowing about it. Because the brain is looking for a pattern. The brain is looking for connecting the dots based on its past experience. And the more ambiguous the input, the greater is the reliance on prior knowledge. We see what we want to see, and you know the famous visual on the right. Because that is what is happening in the brain without even you realizing it. It looks for patterns. It relies on following a pattern. If you go back to psychology, there is a Bandura social modeling. If I look at that kid on the right, he's standing exactly the way he's supposed to stand. Because he sees his dad standing that way, hands behind his back. And that is the social modeling. And the brain is doing that. When that young kid grows up and stands always in life, he will stand at that because he assumes that's what's happening. That's what the brain is supposed to do. And the fact is, there are so many times unknown thoughts in your head. But the fun is actually the other way around. The fun is when there is a thought in your head which is unknown. You don't know it is there. And suddenly when you see it, it's wow. Yeah, like really. I always knew this is true. And those insights, those are universal truths. And that's a lovely example. Insights, consumer insights, and that's the essence of marketing. The consumer insight is universally understood across cultures, across geographies. It's cross-cultural. It is that aha, wow, like exactly, I relate to it. And any product campaign based on insight is much more likely to work. So I'll give you an example. Children always walk to school, they always run home. It's a beautiful insight that was used in an advertising campaign. Children across the world always walk to school and they always run home. Is an example that cut across cultures, across continents, and a very famous ad. During my journey here, I had the privilege of being accompanied by one of the PhD scholars here. And he started chatting in the car. And right there, I got an insight, and I remembered in a famous ad. Every child thinks hero worships the dad. My Daddy Strongest was an extremely famous ad that went on. And exactly the conversation I had with this lovely lady here. The way we all hero worship our parents, the way we hero worship our dads, is a consumer insight that is operating deep down there at a neural level. And any campaign, any insight based on such universal truths will always work. Because ultimately we are creatures of habit. The brain minimizes the effort taken. We think we are rationally taking decisions, but we just are following a pattern. And any marketer who can make you get into a habit has won you over. He takes charge of your brain without even knowing it. You are walking in that groove. You think you are doing a damn conscious decision, but you're actually creatures of habit. And the interesting part, there are multiple factors that go into it. It's not only genetic, it's not only neural, it could be epigenetic, which means in the environment. It's fascinating to see that pregnant women were warned not to diet because when the kids grew up, right in the fetus stage, they thought there was no food around. There were increased likelihood of the child later acquiring eating disorders. And that's fascinating. It's fascinating that it is pre-wired. Because my mom went into dieting mode during pregnancy, my brain neural network was pre-programmed to say that whenever there's shortage of food, just overeat. Now what? Is somebody influencing that consumer behavior and the fellows become so out of much of obesity? And that's fascinating. All of us know this, that the human being has, circadian cycles. What's interesting is if it goes beyond the 24-hour cycle. There is something called an infradian cycle, not the circadian cycle, or beyond that. Women buy much more status symbols at specific times during the monthly cycle, which is a fascinating insight beyond the 24 hours. Can marketers tap into it somehow and sell? They don't even know that they are being influenced because of the hormonal chemical locha in your head. Or the other way around. Within the 24 hours of your day, there are ultradian cycles. When should you post your social media? When are you most likely to get a click? It's fascinating that research, the research that Dr. Jain talked about, shows that the maximum of clicks on social media happen on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Friday between 9 and 1. That is the level of influence that can happen. And you don't even know what's happening inside your body. Why would this be across cultures? Something is up there happening in your neural network. And that is so fascinating. A very different neural network, the sense of smell. You don't even know it. You're not even conscious of it. I remember the time when I used to be in retail, and we used to run these large hypermarkets. We were advised by the people who are experts that take coffee spray, and we would spray it in the AC vent. Can you believe that a coffee spray, the smell of fresh coffee, the smell of fresh baking influences you to buy more? Because the smell of fresh leather, you buy more furniture. You think it's leather, was actually a spray in the environment. And that is the effect of using a nose right directly connected to your brain and olfactory network. The dopamine high that you get when you do these things. It's fascinating that serotonin and dopamine, which are hardcore, the happy hormones in your head, are actually produced in your stomach. 80% of the serotonin that you produce in your head, or use in your head, is actually coming from your stomach. There's a comfort food we all have because it reminds me of certain things, and that's the happy hormones. I can use it differently. Research shows for de-addiction is a huge topic today. They're trying to use neural marketing there. When the person who's coming in for de-addiction of smoking, at night while sleeping, they're trying to mix the smell of cigarette smoke and a pungent odor. So that when you wake up the next day and you go back to your smoke, the brain has already got influenced the previous night, and you're mixing the two things. And that's olfactory stuff. And you're not even conscious of what is being done. Because you are being influenced. And this Dr. Robert Cialdini is extremely famous for the principled influence. And this is what is actually basic marketing all about. There is reciprocity. I've given you a free sample, you're more likely to try my product. You don't know it. But actually there's, you've done good for me, I will pay it back in kind. I tie you into a membership program, you're more likely to be loyal, commitment and consistency. People who bought this product also buy that product. Social proof. Liking. My kind of people have bought this product. Authority. Every ad today has the Pond's Institute, white coat, and you straight away put credibility to it. You don't know it, but that's actually being influenced. Or scarcity. The fear of missing out is obviously there. But clearly, this is how you are being influenced. This is how you're being influenced, including in pricing. If you have a product with only one model size, you will sell lesser. The moment you put one on either side of it, and see the way a coffee shop's branded, the differential in pricing that you see will make you end up buying something you don't even know about it. And that is being influenced at a very early level without you being conscious about it. But as marketers get more savvier, customers getting more cynical. In every sale that goes on, all of us have got used to the fact up to 50% means what now? Okay, up to 50% means there will be that one little item in the back of your, which that's the only size you get. Everything else is 10%. Customers getting more cynical today, unfortunately, because the fundamentals you can't change. You have to have much more transparency, much more authenticity. The fact that today social media is influencers, it means is because we know that we have stopped believing ads. And then you come across paid influencers. And the entire genre of paid influencers starts again corrupting the entire system. The credibility why you followed that influencer is because you related to her. And then you felt cheated when you came to know, oh God, this is also paid. And that is the essence of basic using neuromarketing or intelligent marketing. You cannot get away from the basic thing that solving and adding value, communicating the right insight will always be better. Whether I do a B2B or a B2C, it doesn't make a difference. These are all methods and channels, and stick to the basics, get a good product and services right, because that is what will work in the long term. You may be influenced by all the neural marketing going on, but if you don't base it on an insight, or put it positively, you should base it on insight, and that is what will actually build a brand. Thank you so much.
Now the floor is open for question and answer round. Any questions? Do we have questions? All right, sir. We do have a question in our inbox, sir. So let me please. So how can the integration of intelligent technologies and consumer neuroscience enhance our understanding of consumer behavior and decision-making processes? How can the integration of intelligent technologies and consumer neuroscience enhance our understanding of consumer behavior and decision-making process?
If you do the traditional survey and you go and ask a bunch of questions, top of mind, unaided awareness, all the standard questions. The fact is that what happens in the brain, or let's say, what comes out of your mouth is not the best articulation of what is going on inside your brain. It is affected by mood of the day, your mood at that point of time, your choice of words, your language, whatever happened that day. One of the advantages of using technology is all the technology that was talked about in terms of fMRI, in EEG, MEG, or what all these words are, or eye tracking. It helps you not influence, as Dr. Jain rightly mentioned in answer to the question. It is, at least you're measuring. Initially, when we used to run ads, none of us knew if it was working or not. If it worked, everybody claimed credit. The sales guy in the field, the production guy, the design guy, and the marketing guy, everybody claimed credit. If it didn't work and sales didn't go up, none of us knew. The advantage, I think, in answer to the question, the advantage using technology today is far more predictability, far more measurement, much more in the digital marketing space. Traditional marketing was not as easily measurable. But with some technology, with some measurement that was talked about, modern technology, you can at least get a better degree of where your money was spent, was it useful or not. I think that's what the answer is.
Thank you so much, sir. Do we have any other questions? Any questions? All right. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing and giving the valuable and enlightening this gathering. We would like now to take this opportunity to call one of the dynamic entrepreneur who believes in mixing science with marketing, Ms. Dia Singh. May we please have you on the dais, ma'am.
Good afternoon, IIT. My name is Dia Singh, and I'm the founder of Neuro-Hook, a marketing agency specializing in visual branding and content marketing. Today, I will be speaking about the application of neuromarketing in the social media space. So I believe that social media reflects who we are, what we like, what kind of food we eat, what kind of places we like to go to. And since the secret of marketing really does lie in the human mind, it seems obvious to focus on how it works. According to me, understanding attention is the most important and interesting aspect of neuromarketing. I would like to elaborate on this by playing a small game with everyone out here. So if I could have everyone's attention, because you will have limited time to answer. Ready? I want you to pick one card and remember it. You have 5 seconds. Okay? Now, can you find the card? Did it work? Now, the reason that this card trick works is because I'm changing all the cards. What this card trick tells us is that our attention is limited. While you're focusing on one card, you can't focus on all the others. The same way, you can't pour information through your system and expect that your brain can capture all that information, because it's not going to happen. Attention can only focus on some things at one time at the cost of other things. Now, there are several neuromarketing studies that have been conducted to explore ways marketers can help direct attention to the correct marketing stimuli. And that is what we at Neurohook apply. We take neuromarketing studies, which are already there, peer-reviewed, and we try to apply it in our clients' content. Now, let's dig deep into neuromarketing tactics for social media, something that you can apply when you are professionals in the marketing space. And now let's start with the puzzle again, because that is an interactive way of having this session. I want you to imagine these pictures and think of the common element. Okay? A picture of a yawning person, a photo of an open fracture, and an image of a puppy licking his paw. Now, I did not put the open fracture picture because it really grossed me out, but this is one such picture that could get an overview. Now, what happens is when you imagine these pictures, and even when you see these pictures, there's this very strong reaction in our bodies. In the first case, we yawn, because when we see someone yawn, we do yawn. In the second case, we look away because it's disgusting. And in the last image, we smile because it's a puppy. Now, these reactions are caused by something called as mirror neurons, which are responsible for feeling empathy. And the best way of grabbing your customer's attention is by evoking emotions. Because we're not thinking machines that feel, but rather we are feeling machines that think. Now, I'm going to talk about a few neuromarketing tactics that you can apply in your marketing content for your clients. And for even if you're freelancing, then how can you get started with neuromarketing? So here are a few tactics. I'd like to start with Google's 41 Shades of Blue experiment. Now, don't underestimate the power of color psychology. I'm going to give you an example that will motivate you to Google color psychology in the evening. Now, the perfect shade of blue increased Google's revenue by $200 million. $200 million. Yes, you heard that correctly. By identifying the exact shade of blue, which was most appealing to users, Google was able to entice users to click on their Google ads, hence increasing their revenue in the process. Now, this is the power of colors. Each color has a culturally assigned meaning that can be positive or negative. For example, red is associated with love and passion, but also with danger and aggression. Colors also affect our well-being and perception of reality. Now, if we look at red, red also increases our blood pressure, and blue and green makes us calm, which is one of the reasons why a lot of hospital curtains are green, because it's supposed to make you calm. The next tactic is movement. The human subconscious is naturally focused on watching movement. In the past, it was associated with the need to fight for survival. In advertising graphics, the rule of motion is that the viewer's eyes follow an arrow, sight, or finger. Now, for example, let's compare a global brand, Pampers for babies. They've come out with numerous advertisements. In most of them, the baby is on the shoulder and is looking directly at, the mother, so you're not really looking at the text that is there. But in one of the ads, they actually had the baby looking at the text. So you look at the baby and then you look at the text, which makes you look at the entire ad. Now, the small change increased the ad's attention rate because now the viewer would look at the baby, which was looking at the text, and hence they saw the entire ad. And babies and puppies brings me to a very exciting tactic called as a cute approach. When was the last time you heard about a cute video being banned and taken down? Right? When we see something cute, our brains are flooded with dopamine and oxytocin, which creates a feel-good emotion. As women especially, we feel very maternal when we see puppies and babies. So that's one of the ways that is influenced for us to buy products. People share cute videos with their community. It's more memorable and it reaches a wider audience. I know that when I wake up in the morning, I will not say this out loud to my parents, but what I do is 30 minutes of Instagram reels where I send all my best friends, my cousins and everyone, different kind of puppy videos and baby videos and stuff, because that is interesting. So if you want to get to your customer and your customer falls in a similar field, maybe you should think about the power of cuteness because it works. Now, a tactic which has already been mentioned and is a lingo which we all use is FOMO. I hope none of you are feeling FOMO on a Friday evening today as we speak. Fear of missing out, and this too can be used as a neuromarketing tactic to entice your customers to make quick decisions before they lose out on an opportunity presented by the brand. Now, this is a very interesting point because I think it can be really elaborated on, though I will not be doing that today in too many words, but we all want to be part of a community. Whether it's, a group in an institute or whether it's Instagram, you want to make sure that you're in that close circles group that your friends share, which is the green Instagram story highlight. We all want to be part of the group. And that is a basic need because we want to grab an opportunity. As humans, we are opportunists. And of course, we want to belong to a community. So giveaways, buy now, get one later, you won't get later. These tactics can definitely be used under FOMO. Now, you can use all these tactics and still shoot in the dark if your content is not simple. When there is too much of text and information, this leads to cognitive overload and thus decreases users' interest and attention towards the content. So please kiss your content, keep it simple. I'd like to conclude by saying that neuromarketing is definitely a field that is yet to be explored and has immense potential to be the next big thing if it isn't already. A very big thanks to IIT for hosting this event and helping us all as a community of learners, teachers, and practitioners in the field of consumer science. As an agency with such keen interest in neuromarketing, I can definitely see NeuroHook collaborating with IIT to explore attention. And I hope you'll be part of this community that I hope to build with IIT. Thank you very much. This is NeuroHook.
Anybody has any question? Yeah.
Hello, Ms. Singh. Thank
Hi.
you for your talk and this enticing title, Neurohook. We are hooked.
Thank you.
But I do teach ethics. So from a business ethics point of view,
Yes.
here is a question.
Yes.
That we feel that as consumers, we feel that we are more and more being exposed. The marketing, if it was very strongly persuasive earlier, with the neuro-marketing, it is becoming even stronger, even more dangerous, perhaps, micro-targeting, personalized content, and so on. So we feel very exposed. So the question is there, with all these new capacities that you have with the neuromarketing, knowledge about how our brain works, is there a line that has to be drawn somewhere? If so, should you draw a line somewhere and say that we don't go beyond this? And where should it be drawn?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. And it is a question that's been asked and answered with various perspectives, which is basically questioning the ethics part of neuromarketing. Yes, one of the ways that I, as a marketer, perform when I create content is I step out of the shoes and I try to think as a customer. So I do understand that a customer would feel violated in terms of their privacy, and the fear of being influenced or fear, like Mr. Jain said, that there are a lot of maybe you buy something that you don't need to buy. So yes, I do feel like there are certain kind of codes of conduct which need to be created, but that is merely when you're doing any research base. Like for example, as an agency, what we do is we apply neuromarketing research which has already been conducted, and we test it out and see. So in terms of social media marketing, what kind of tactics we really use is more on the ways of, say, logo placement, so that what the brand is, that there is a high brand recall, and that those kind of objectives are more something that of what we at the moment are exploring, which is how do we increase brand awareness, how do we increase brand recall, and not as such as how can we get more leads and generate sales, because to be honest, it's too new a field where we can say, oh, we've cracked the brain, because we'll never crack the brain. We'll never know exactly what is the right code to apply, and we'll be able to predict this is what consumers, if we put out this kind of content, we'll like our sales will shoot up, because that's not going to happen. Each customer is different, each result is different, and the main focus, I think, for neuromarketing, while you're practicing neuromarketing, is on increasing brand awareness and brand recall. Yeah, it's a very complicated answer. I too just got lost in my own words, but I hope I answered your question.
Anyone else? Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. Yeah, so my question is, at one hand, we tend to promote startups by innovating technologies for, say, e-commerce. So it has already evened the ground to compete. But at the same time, we have also introduced the concepts like neuromarketing, providing an upper hand to certain brands that can afford it. These experiments and all. So I understand that using in this neurotechnology can be a strategy of a company to know the trigger points of the consumer, but at the same time it can be used to provoke audience to buy things that they do not need, as Sir said. So do you think that it will widen the gap which already exists between budding and the big brands?
Sorry, can you just repeat the last few lines?
Do you think that it will widen the gap between the existing that already exists between the big brands and the brands that are coming up?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. Yes, most companies who have experimented with neuromarketing are the big ones who actually have the resources to conduct all sort of experiments. Small, medium businesses as such don't use neuromarketing tactics. And it is also, like, it brings me to another answer, that there are a lot of stereotypes that are currently existing from a client's perspective when it comes to applying neuromarketing in their own content, because clients get very overwhelmed when they talk about neuromarketing. In terms of customer, like I said, we, as a community, in the neuromarketing community, we have not reached that stage yet where we can say that we can predict exactly what the customer is going to say or what the customer is going to do. It's always an educated guess that, okay, even if you have a sample size of like what Ms. Jane said about having a small sample size of 25 to 125 people, if you actually look at it, also, I think that answer could definitely be subjective based on your client. For example, someone like Google would not be okay with 25 as a sample or 125 as a sample, and smaller companies might be. So I think from a customer's point of view, we cannot predict everything, but we can try to understand our customer. And I think at the end of the day, what we are really trying to do by using neuromarketing is just get a better insight of who your customer is. We're not going to say that, we want to generate massive sales. No, we want to understand your customer, because once we understand your customer, we'll get to sales. because I do believe that at the heart of everything, you should keep your customer, and then you'll pretty much nail it. And also another very small statistic, 90% of small businesses fail because they don't know who the target audience is. So neuromarketing can help those companies. And I think another very interesting aspect to bring out is that in India at the moment, what we really do need, or where there is a gap which needs to be really bridged, is have companies talk about, or like part knowledge or tactics which small medium businesses owners can apply in their own content strategy so that they can actually get to know their customers. That is something that we need to test out only in time. We cannot predict that. Yeah. It's too new a field to predict that. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, ma'am. My question is a bit different. Like, I'm afraid that if neuromarketing is targeting my unconscious side of brain, so that would be, very deep-seated after some time. Like, it will keep in my mind that is something which is not easily erasable. So, what is your stance on this? Like, I don't want something which will impact my buying decision or my consumer behavior in a long run. So how can from consumer point of side, like how can we, protect ourselves?
Yourself?
Yeah.
I have a question for you. I will give you a questionnaire, if I do give you a questionnaire of 10-15 questions, where I'm asking you to, just tell me about your opinion on a brand that you use. Would those questions make you think about, it'll make you reflect on your own answers, right? But would my questions influence the next time you see a product, the next time you see that product?
Like, your questions definitely not,
For example,
yeah.
are you aware, say you use the brand Nike, right? Now I'll ask you 10-15 questions about what you like about Nike. Nike has promoted these campaigns, just do it. Do you think wearing Nike makes you more physically active? Now, if I ask you this question, will you go back and think about, do I actually wear Nike and feel like I can be more physically active?
Yes.
Right? Now, I'm trying to understand you as a customer, and you are also trying to understand yourself. Neuromarketing literally does the same, where we're trying to just understand why you do what you do, why you do, and why you do what you do. That's about it. Neuromarketing will not be very heavy on your credit card. It's not going to be that, but it's just going to understand your decisions. And that's about it, because that is the stage that we have at the moment as an industry reached to. We have not reached to a standard where we have like cheat codes about the brain, and we never will. All that neuromarketing, according to me, can do is understand the customer. But even in terms of influencing, right? Fear of missing out. This is a primal need. It's been there since we were primitive human beings. So can you really ask a primitive human being the same question? I don't think you can. So yeah, I guess that answers your question.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Do you wear Nike?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you feel like you're more physically active because you wear Nike?
Yeah, definitely. I use other brands also, but yeah.
But do you feel more pumped about wearing Nike because
Yeah,
you feel?
definitely.
Yeah, see, no, that's very interesting. This is one such question which I often think about. If I'm wearing a brand, why do I wear it? So often, I mean, as marketers, what I do tell my team and my fellow mates is step out of your shoes and think like a customer. If I choose an iPhone over an Android, try to think about your motives. What you're trying to do is trying to understand yourself on the conscious level. What neuromarketing does is try to understand you and your customers from a subconscious level. That's about it. Subconscious, not unconscious.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more questions? Yes.
So thank you so much, Dia, for putting your novel ideas, view, thoughts on the trending marketing solutions to the business industry. And now, let me call on the dais to Mr. Bhavya Madan to share his thoughts and journey of Neofunny. Yeah. Giving physically, which I can hold. Just don't stop sharing. Don't stop sharing. So I am not as well prepared as my friends here. So I'm just going to open up my website and I'm going to talk to you because that's what I plan to do. So I know it has been available. Is it on? I don't think so. Mike. Perfect. So I'm not going to do that. I'm pretty lazy. If I stand there, I'm going to sleep. So just to make your evening a little lighter, just if you can do one thing, stand where you're sitting, just for 1 minute. I know it has been a very long day. I won't make you exercise. Just stand where you are. Just do a little bit, couple of pumps where you feel the blood flow. And once you're tired, just sit down. That's it. I want your attention, which is unfortunate for me because I'm not prepared. But at least you will give me all your attention, which I can use. So now we have the website here. Basically, okay, let me wait for people to finish. People who are standing, you can walk a little bit because it will just activate your brain and it will put you in a wake state. So, as my panelist and everybody has talked before me, in terms of neuromarketing, I'm not the person who would be actually the right guy to talk about it because I am an instrumentation person. You see the headband over there? That's something which I'm working on, and that is something which I cater to. So if somebody wants to buy a headband to do neuromarketing, I am the person for them. Uh, Hence, I was thinking that I would rather address some of the question in terms of the tech, as mentioned by ma'am, in terms of ethics, or by the guy, or at least the startup thing, because I belong to a startup, so I can completely relate to that particular problem. To start with the question that guy in the black shirt had, using neuromarketing, and this is where I would unfortunately disagree with my co-panelist that neuromarketing doesn't influence. I think marketing is to influence. Initially, it was using TV ads, radio ads. Then, when we went out for shopping, the things that are kept at eye level, we tend to go towards them. Now it's digital, so it's digital marketing. But the problem is, do you know what is a click-through rate? When we post an ad, usually you see how many people clicked on that ad. TikTok started with 80%, and now it's at 1.5 outside India, obviously. The idea is every time the tech improves, we as humans improve as well. So we have a habit of fighting back. If somebody is trying to influence your behavior, until unless you want that behavior to be changed, you won't let that happen. So influence to hoga. And now coming back to the startup thing, I think yes, 90% of the startups fail, but jo 10% jo chalte hain, they know their customers. And the idea behind neuromarketing is that you learn about your customer. And why do big startups, big companies need to do that? Because they have multiple products, they have multiple services. They cater to different people at different stages. But as a startup, you do one thing. And for that one thing, if you don't know your customer, then obviously you're going to fail. So that's the idea, that if you find a blank spot where you can target that no big company is doing, so I don't think so it is going to create much of a gap in any sense. Because somebody, once you neuromarketing is streamlined, somebody is going to start a .org where they will post all the studies. Most probably IIT will do that as well, that they will put courses on NPTEL where you will learn most of the things that you need to do. So as everybody has said, there is no less
information out there. So rather than resisting it, today we are talking about neuromarketing. For example, we do understand our brain. By 2050, 2070, maybe 2100, we are done understanding our brain. We can do everything we want. And the new term is spiritual marketing. What would you do then? It's always the case that every time there is a new thing, there is always a fear that it is going to do something bad to us, which I don't want to do. That is my only point here, that I don't think so that might be possible if you are actually willing to resist against it. As said by Dr. Dhingra as well, that in case you want, if there is some fallacy in that, and if you feel cheated, you're not going to go back to that brand. And that's my 2 minutes. If you have any questions regarding the device or any other question, then लगता है वो एक्सरसाइज भी काम नहीं करी नहीं बट थैंक ओके या
Hello, sir. Can I know how that device work?
So if you were here during Dr. Jain's presentation, you saw a cap, right? We created a mold out of it. So it's a plastic head case which you wear over your head. Does the same thing as the EEG cap it was doing. It measures your electrical activity of your brain and tries to make inference about your focus, your attention. But what our target audience is obviously the meditation market. That's what we thought, that if we want to bring meditation as a practice into lives of youth, we want to introduce a little bit of data in there as well. So like we did with our physical health, step counts ho gaye, heart rate variability ho gaya, and now suddenly you might not know about PDR. I'm not sure, posterior dominant rhythm, but that is our hope with this device, that we bring the knowledge and the small parameters about your brain to you as well. So in case you see any changes, you can be a little proactive. Then जैसे हमारी इंडिया में आदत है कि देखेंगे बाद में, तो वो that condition doesn't come. That's the idea behind the device that we are creating.
So the device should be always like a wristband?
No, not always on your head. So that is one thing. It's somewhere around 5 to 10 minutes every day, but depending on the time. So personally for me, I usually use it after my office day, because usually I'm tired mentally to go to the gym, and I have figured out a few music and meditation which works for me to motivate me. That's the idea. Wherever you feel you're lacking, try to use it at that time when you're trying different exercises. For example, playing chess just before a meeting. Maybe it will put you in that thinking process. That is the use case of this device, while you're trying to uncover or unlearn about more about your brain. So that
I'll get to my question right now, sir.
yeah.
So suppose if there is a device which you have to be put on most of the time, suppose it is analyzing you every time. So the device, if suppose the device is a VR, so how it should be for the Indian market, whereas like not putting for the large amount of time, like it has the friction, we get sweat. So according to you and your experience, how should be the device, so that it will be flexible for the consumers to gain it, and it should be easy on them to use it.
One thing is very important, which will come again in terms of marketing. Anytime you want your consumer to learn something, that's very difficult. We all know how to wear specs. We all know how to wear headphones. So if you can integrate your tech into something like that, that makes your life easier. Because now without the tech it's 2000, with the tech it's 2500 or maybe 3000. But now they don't have to learn anything new. But what's happening parallelly is that you're gathering the data, you're providing some insights. So for example, you're wearing your headphone, sitting in front of your desk and trying to study. You get a notification like 30-35 minutes, let's take a break. How long should be the break? What should you be doing in that break? If your headphones are capable of doing and telling and controlling your Spotify in terms of this is the music that works for you, then why would you not want to buy it? That's not manipulation. That is what the device is trying to help you what you are planning to do. So for example, study. But that's the idea, that if you're trying to incorporate those kind of tech into the people in B2C directly, then usually they have to be in a form factor that they are familiar with, or you have the budget like Google or Facebook where you can spend as much as you want.
So is neural marketing is indirectly here already in the...
Neural marketing has been here already ever since. It's just that initially we used to figure that out using focus groups, that this is the color that we should use, this is the thing that we should. Google ने किसी के ऊपर वो नहीं बनाया, but they figured out the color. How? Because they were changing the color of their ad. जो text hyperlink आता है, they were changing the text of the color of it, and after multiple A to B testing, they figured out this is the color that will work. Now that is neural marketing. They didn't record any data, they didn't do anything. Big neural marketing is already being implemented. It's just that now biomedical part of it is also getting involved, so people are a little scared in terms of accepting it.
So India is not ready for like it is not ready actually, but they are not more towards to this kind of tech, whereas the Western countries are more towards to this. So how are you focusing in India mainly?
Actually, Europe is also not ready in terms of, because I did my masters in Germany. They are also of the sense that we don't think so that we need something like this regularly integrating into our life. But the idea is that we are not using the device as a neuromarketing thing. Obviously, we have a cap which a neuromarketer can buy and they can create ads and blah, blah. But our application is, what we are trying to do is using a particular known form factor. So right now, this is not something that you know. If I keep the device in front of you, you won't wear which is the right side and which is not. So you'll have to see, or you'll have to learn. But with headphones, for example, you wouldn't have to do that. And if it makes your life easier, you were going to use that. So talking about this kind of tech is not acceptable in India, I don't think so. Have you heard about Ultra Human or the patch that they are selling? Do you think you want to insert a needle in your hand for 14 days?
No.
But they are selling it, and they are selling it very successfully. So it's a huge country, and there are people who are very interested even in 2% improvement in their life, because they have, for example, athletes. If they're trying to improve themselves, that's the only way they can do. If they're recovering from a physical ailment, even for them, 1 to 5% improvement is a huge deal between an Olympic medal and that. So you start with that only, with the extreme cases, and then you trickle down to the mass audiences.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question?
So, sir, whenever I come to know that somebody is observing me, I tend to change my behavior. That I tend to do something which will feel others good. Okay. So similarly, when we wear the device, I know that somebody is watching me, analyzing me. So there might be some biasness. The person might do certain thing which he usually not to do.
Okay.
So how can we reduce that? Is it? Yes.
So the easiest way to do it is doing repetitive sampling. So you cannot, the first time you might be able to fool or introduce some bias, 10 times you won't be, because we can average out the noise. That's the old way. Second, now nobody is observing you. This device is at your home. It is connected to your mobile app. You're doing it in your own space. Nobody is there. And you can shut off the Wi-Fi, so you can be sure that the data is not leaving your device. Now, tell me the reason you would like to introduce any bias into your own learning.
Yeah, when I know that the data is not been getting leaked or is used by someone, then yeah, it might be that I will give the correct behavior.
So in our case, in our mobile application, there is no cloud backend. For the same reason, that we don't want your data. Keep your data, you can download it, you can plot it, if you're a techie, you can do whatever you want. But getting the raw insights raw data is not useful for us. For what is useful, how frequently you're using it, what time are you using it. That kind of information is important. For example, if I find another person who is very similar to you, then I'm going to start recommending him or her that try the device using this music or at this particular time, hoping that it worked for you, it will work for them as well. So that is the important part. I don't care literally about the mood and the parameters particularly, because if that is available in a database, then it becomes a security concern, obviously.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts and points. I'm sure there are a lot of questions which might be discussed in the coming session right now. So to summarize this entire discussion, we have a panel discussion round in this particular session. So I would like to call Sakshi to move ahead with this panel discussion. Sakshi.
Good evening, everyone. Let's now begin with the. Am I audible? Let's begin with the panel discussion now. The first question for the panel is, neuromarketing is often termed as the art of manipulating the mind of customers. Is that ethical? Neuromarketing is often termed as the art of manipulating the mind of the customers. Is that ethical?
I think we've already answered this question in different perspectives already, so we can move to the next one.
Okay. Mr. Bhavya, your organization is involved in manufacturing mobile EEG devices. How accurate or different are these from those in the global market like Tobii, Brainwave, NeuroSky, and Emotive?
Okay, so in terms of accuracy, I won't say that it's very accurate, but we have partnered with different IITs, IIT Mandi, IIT Gandhinagar, and hopefully what I've seen in terms of biomedical, what's happening in IIT Jodhpur, hopefully pretty soon here as well, with CDAC and different organizations where researchers have done the research on subjects and not us. So in terms of data, I'm pretty sure that the data quality is not in question. When you're talking about different devices which are available globally, their market is very different. So for example, NeuroSky was a device where you can implement BCI applications. For example, mind controlled wheelchair or a home automation bot or something like that, because it only had one sensor. Similarly, Emotive came in with a research kind of question in their head that we want to replace the cap with a headband, and we want to give that many amount of sensors. For us, it was bringing music and meditation back into where we know, rather than spending time on Instagram scrolling on reels, can you use those 5 minutes more efficiently, and how they are affecting your brain and your performance. Calculating that is our particular market that we are looking into.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bhupesh, how do you see the fashion and beauty industry leveraging consumer neuroscience as a potential for the future?
The fashion industry is cyclical. Somebody honestly sits in New York, Paris, Milan, and decides that this is going to be the color of the next year or the next season, and then designs something that spreads across the world, as envisioned by the various designers. But it fundamentally, how does it affect us as a consumer? It comes back to the fact that is there scarcity? I don't want to be left out. I want to sense a belongingness from a Maslow's point. I have to be part of a group. All my friends are doing it. I don't want to be left out behind it. And that is how I think marketing is in this industry of fashion and beauty, percolating and spreading trends across the place. It's interesting that I was sitting and in response to your question, both the gents are in blue and the ladies in pink. Okay. And that's because something is, over a century or last 100 years, some fashion designer somewhere decided that blue should be for the men and pink should be the women. The fascinating part about this is 100 years ago, pink was meant for the men. Okay. Pink denoted royalty, pink denoted culture. You're in the pink of health, you're masculine. And suddenly, somewhere, somebody decided, and now for the last 50, 60 years, blue is meant for men and pink is meant for women. That's the amount of influence some set of people up there are doing, and you don't even know about it. But we are just playing on that field that, look, I don't want to be left out. As she rightly put in her presentation, that FOMO part is so critical. The sense of scarcity created that I said in my presentation, the sense of belongingness came in some other presentation, all that trends is what's happening.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Dia, how particular are brands with regard to knowing what the customers actually feel about them?
Very, very, very much, because it's got to do with sales. The more you know your customers, the better way you can market your brand, your brand's product or service. Like I always say, the most important thing is to keep your customers at the heart of everything you do, and all clients, everyone. Like even if I ask a random person who's not a client or who's not a customer, and I ask them this question, is it important for you to know your customer? Well, it's natural for them to say yes. And the reason is because, it generates sales.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question for the panel is, in today's time, how important is it what people say they like compared to what the brain resonates with?
That's the definition of neuromarketing, because consciously we might say that we like A, but your subconscious reasoning is, the other. Like I asked a fellow student about whether he wears Nike shoes and why he wears the Nike shoes if he does. It's actually a study, by the way. It's about like why people wear Nike shoes or wear Nike any product is because they so emotionally resonate with the brand. So I might ask 10 people, if my sample size is 10, each one will have a different answer. Some might say it's quality, some might say it's durability, but there could be, I mean, of course, those also could be the reasons, but subconsciously, chances of you wearing something because you really believe in it or believe in the value of it could be higher. So a lot of times we are not aware of our subconscious reasoning, and that is, well, what neuromarketing is all about.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Can I add to that? Just one sec. I'm picking on the point, okay? Some of us use Swiggy, some of us use Zomato. The prices could be same. The availability is the same restaurant. Yet something happens that one of us likes Swiggy, one of us likes Zomato, likes Ola, likes Uber, or whatever it is. Because somewhere that user experience that you relate to that brand or you relate to that interface can change. And that is happening at a subconscious level. Okay? And that's exactly what she's talking about.
Thank you, sir. It's been an absolute honor hearing all of you on the future of neuromarketing. This discussion has provided all of us with some valuable insights to reflect on. On behalf of the entire IIT Jodhpur fraternity, I take this opportunity to thank each one of you for providing us with such visionary and perceptive thoughts. Can we please have a big round of applause for the panel members?
I would like to thank all our eminent panelists. The entire discussion has really given us some food for thought. So thank you so much, Sakshi, for moderating the panel discussion. And now I would request Dr. Venkatram Reddy, Dr. Amit Singh, and Dr. Venkatesh Murthy to kindly join us on stage and present the token of appreciation for our eminent speakers present here today.
Thank you so much, sir. Um, Industry Day 2023 commenced today with a plethora of enlightening sessions, both virtual and in person. As we proceed towards the closing ceremony of day one, we would like to welcome on stage Professor Sangeeta Sahni, Head, the School of Management and Entrepreneurship, IIT Jodhpur, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Distinguished guests, faculty, and students, a very good evening to all of you. So as we come to an end of this session and this program for today, I would like to thank each one of you here present. First, I thank our speakers who've shared their insights with us. I thank Dr. Jane Leighton, the VP Nielsen IQ, who joined us from UK. It was indeed very nice of her to join, give us her time and join. And of course, we got her slightly, behind her schedule, but she was so accommodative that she took it very patiently. I thank her, from the bottom of my heart. I thank Mr. Bhupesh Dinger, Director, Andrew at Solon. So I've met him several times, and every time I meet him, it's a different experience. Thank you so much, sir. I thank Ms. Dia Sinha. Very nice to hear you, ma'am. It's so young and it's full of ideas, and it's brilliant to hear you. I thank Mr. Bhavya Madan also, and I'm happy that, we in our country, we can make such products which can give tough competition to the global players. Thank you so much. Thank you all. So it was really wonderful listening to all of you, and I'm sure we've all gathered, all of us who are gathered here have gained immensely. So, when I have to thank, it's a long list, and, if I miss on somebody, it's absolutely inadvertent. I'd like to thank our director, Professor Chaudhary, a visionary leader who has been the inspiration for all of us and has made this day possible here for all of us at IIT Jodhpur. I thank the Deputy Director, Professor Vadera, the Registrar, the administration, for all their help and support to organize this Industry Day. A big thanks to Dean IRO, Professor Ghosh, and the Associate Dean IRO, Dr. Gaurav Bhatnagar, the entire IRO team who's worked hard day and night in the past 1 month, especially in the last fortnight. They've been really, really, really working, all 24/7, and they've been bearing all our demands, all our requests, and all the delays on our part. I thank the faculty and the students present here. I thank all of those who actually, volunteered to showcase their work, and that's there in the posters which you see in the adjacent room. I'll request the guests to spend some time there, just having a look at the posters. A big thank you to all the student volunteers here, who have really helped us. And above all, I have to thank my young and energetic colleague, Dr. Anuj Pal Kapoor, without whom this event would not have been possible. And he's always there as the Mr. Cool, and, all the time ready to be dealing with the last minute glitches and technical problems. Thank you so much, Anuj. And bye-bye all till we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for being here. I would just like to remind everybody that the research is being showcased in room number 309. So kindly take a look. Thank you for being here.